Hey, everybody. How's everybody been? Welcome on back. I'm getting it ready. I'm scrubbing up, brushing my teeth, getting me some damn coffee, because everybody needs some coffee. Eat you a good breakfast, because this thing's about to hit. Well, that's funny. I added mage, but not myself. How are you, my friend? What are you doing?
I was just sitting here snacking on some potato chips during your intro.
Ah, chips are good. I like them,
Yeah,
especially when I'm high, which we're going to do in a minute. But I'm going to
they're
wait the obligatory 5 minutes so I don't get booted.
yeah, they're the kettle cooked ones, dark russets. So like they're extra cooked.
Ooh, I like the dark russets. Talk to me,
Yeah,
sexy man.
and on top of that, I've got the extra toasted Cheez-Its.
Extra toasted. Yes, those are the best ones. The ones that are kind of like almost like burnt on the outside,
Yeah,
but not quite.
yeah.
Yeah.
Both
Yeah,
both
those are good.
that's what the potato chips are like too.
Yeah, those are good. So, pack it up, my friends. I know we're gonna be a couple minutes late. Maybe I should start at 4:15 so we can smoke by 4:20. Maybe that'll be the new plan.
Sounds like a plan.
So pack it up or open up that beer or whatever the hell you got. It's afternoon. It's Sunday. Fuck it. Life's too short. Fucking enjoy whatever you enjoy. Don't hurt anybody doing it, but enjoy whatever you enjoy.
Yeah, I usually do
'Cause
my
I'm going
drinking on
to.
Friday. My drug of choice is usually rum.
Rum can be good and very popular in Florida too.
Mm-hmm.
So who we have in the chat? We have Le 401, which I'm guessing he's probably coming in right now because I sent them a link and they haven't showed up yet. So I think they fucked up. Anyways, Brainless, hello, Greg Hartwick. Thank you for joining us. And I'm sure more people will pop up in a minute. Although I did forget to put it on Twitter this time, so it could be debatable if anybody shows up or not. Bacardi and Coke is awesome, says the Brainless Steel. Yeah, that's pretty much what everybody drank when I lived in Florida. It was either Jack and Coke or Bacardi and Coke.
I like screwdrivers. Those are good.
Yeah, man. My sister got me drunk on screwdrivers when I was like 15. It was a lot of fun. Or 14 or something. It was the first time I was ever drunk. I was so drunk. we hung out. She got me drunk, and then I fucking laid down on the couch, and she got me all comfortable, and she went out with her friends. She said, "You gonna be okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go to sleep." And she's like, "Yeah, you should." And she went out with her friends for the night. It was like 9:30 at night. They hadn't even started partying yet, and I was already asleep. I want to say I was 15. Yeah. So
Hello,
hi
hello.
401.
How things going?
How are you?
Oh, all right.
Oh, you're very
things are
quiet.
going
Turn yourself up a bit there, buddy.
okay. Let me go into the VST and because
Just a hair.
Is that good?
That's better, yeah.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah, that's good.
Because there's like this sweet spot before it starts. I need to put a limiter on too.
Oh, yeah. I could dig that. I don't even fuck with that shit. I literally just plug this mic in. I don't even have an equalizer on it. And I do voices and shit, and people think I'm fucking with them. I don't even have anything downloaded that I could play. I don't have a voice modulator. I don't have anything.
Oh yeah.
I just do all this natural, y'all. Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Can you send it out? Oh, there's Farron too. Hey, buddy. I'm so glad you came by. Yeah, share it out for me, guys. I'm just too fed up to I mean, you see my name. I'm the indigent. I'm the indignant indigent. It's hard to say, but I've thought about I came up with that like 5 minutes ago, and I might change my name to that.
I do have something interesting. I think I caught the algorithm a bit. I actually have more views than you, but I'm pretty sure a hell of a lot less watch time.
Isn't
'Cause
that
all
funny?
my stuff is
you
short.
probably know more people than I do because like all the people from the shills know you. I don't know any. I know like 10 people from the shills, and I think I pissed off 5 of them, so I'm down to 5.
Well, I do believe that 15% of my views currently are coming from the United States, and about 17% of them are coming from Ukraine.
Mr. Weasel, would you like a link? If you would like to come in and pre-game with us before Maya's stream. Because that's what I do now. I stream before Maya, and then by the time we get done, I send everybody over to her. So that gives me 3 hours and change to stream, which is a little light, but okay.
A little light for you.
Basic,
A little light for me, but it's okay.
basically, the 2 videos with the little girl and 2 victory on it are the ones that have given me almost all my views.
Thank you,
You have the
Brainless.
D-Day. You have the
Yeah.
D-Day address from Isaac from what's it? Yeah, Dwight D. Eisenhower D-Day address, and then you have the FDR D-Day prayer, but for Ukraine. Those are the 2 biggies.
Yeah, well, I bet those are big topics that are very popular. So yeah, I can imagine. Isn't that funny? I opened up my Discord, and the last person I talked to on Discord was Weasel. I didn't even have to go find him. So you have a link, sir. Oh, well, fine. Come back when you come back in an hour and a half, and we're still here. You have the link in Discord. You can come in then, because I'll still be here, I'm sure.
Looking at my views, my best in this video is about batshit.
Yes, Mr. Ox,
Real-
we are going to be polite today
Are you-
because Beck has no
Are
patience
you
for anything
talking
else.
are you talking about figurative batshit or literal guano fertilizer?
Literal guano fertilizer. I bought a box of it, and I did like a little impromptu review of it, and that's been my best video.
It'll be 420 again here in a minute somewhere. Oh, yeah, mid central time will be 420 here in a minute, or 52.
So what's been going on with you 2?
Mage and I were just hanging out with Lavender Lady, who was basically just laying down listening to me and Mage and Purple talk.
Yeah, her neck was hurting her again.
Yeah, she had to lay down. She's having trouble. She put her head down on the table, and then she laid down after that, I think.
Yeah, she's been laying down on the floor underneath the
on the
desk.
floor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why it takes her a minute to get back, because she's got to get up.
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that. And dialysis tends to weaken people, which is not fun. Yeah, we got into some heavy topics, so I'm kind of in a dark mood right now. Let's just say I got some not so great news yesterday, and it hit me today. So, yeah, so you guys need to like cheer me up and shit. Somebody needs to talk about something fun, because I just can't even.
Okay, we'll about this discussion about dismembered kids.
About what?
Dismembered
I
kids.
got something fun.
War never changes.
It's just about
And
a
we
minute
are
of
the Galactic
ridiculous.
Penguin Federation, NASA's enforcers.
Maybe bring that up all the way.
Fire on our
Screen it.
enemies
I should.
and fight hand to hand across the galaxy.
Come on.
We are ever seen, yet we are never seen in our fight for liberty. We will kick down any door and fight any secret societies.
I knew it. She's a lizard person.
My name, Commander 401, and this is how we handle our problems.
You gotta step up and beat that fully with a stick.
That is
And
awesome. That's what you were telling me you were finishing? That's great. Fuck.
that is the channel intro. And I'm waiting on my passport. At some point early next year, I'm going to go visit Starsky, and I'm pretty sure there are people on the shills who are not going to be as happy campers, but I really don't even need a shout out from them. I actually want to see that place and meet a friend. Actually thought about, at some point maybe even going there, dusting off the micrometers from my 15 years as a machinist and helping.
Touche.
And
Baron wants to know what you used, what software you used to create your avatar.
Blender. It's just I rendered it. I modeled, rigged, and rendered a loop.
There's your answer, Farron. I don't know what any of that means, except for the word Blender. I know it is software. Besides that, I'm lost. So any further explanation will have to come from the same person that you just asked the question. Hey, Sydney, welcome.
In other words, you take and you make the 3D model, and then that takes a shat load of time. And then you rig it, that takes a shat load of time. You texture it, that takes a shat load of time. Then you got to shat load of time for the background, and then shat load of time, and then it takes about, I use the real-time render engine, so this loop took maybe about 20 minutes. If I had ray traced, it'd be longer. But that whole intro altogether, I would say if I had to reproduce all the assets for it all at once, it was probably hundreds of hours. But I had some of those, like where the penguin says it's a lizard person. That was from a video I did where the penguins abduct Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh,
And they
that's
order her
right.
to shed
That's
her
right.
human
And she's really a
skins.
lizard person. That's right.
She's a cold
forgot
and
about that
feeling reptile, so.
Yeah. Well, that's obvious.
you're just insulting the intelligence of the lizard people there.
Well, this particular background was, when I had made it, it was for debunking UFO shit, and I wanted to make it look like a 1960s, 1970s government bunker to go along with the. I just never got around to that video, editing that video debunking Stephen Greer's bullshit. I have hard drives full of unfinished products. I have ADHD and I have bipolar, so I get into these snippets where I'm extremely creative and then doing stuff, and then times where if I didn't have to go to work to keep my job, I'd stay in bed.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Also, signs of ADD mixed with autism.
Oh yeah, there's my friend always say, well, why are you putting everything always center when you're framing stuff? And then I was watching something about autism, and they're like, a normal person would focus on the faces over here on the side because that's what normal people do. An autistic person will just focus on the center of the frame. So and also I have a hard time reading social cues, which actually cause some friction over at the shills, and I hope one day they can forgive me.
An interesting thing about that is
If you talk to them, they'll be fine.
people who are autistic tend to be able to pick up on each other better than when they're dealing with neurotypical people.
Yeah. So ADHD and autism can have overlapping symptoms. They're similar in some ways, but like 70% they're absolutely different. The mix can be not fun. Ember, if you would like a link, let me know. I will send you one on Discord because I think that's your favorite.
The mix
Anyways,
is quite common.
What's that?
The mix is quite common.
It is quite common, yeah. So the problem is when you have those two things, and then you start throwing other things in, like anxiety and depression, which of course kind of going hand in hand with those two things anyway. But then you mix in stuff like PTSD. A lot of us have that. A lot of us had shitty fucking childhoods, and a lot of us in this community have some kind of PTSD, or we had rough times in our 20s, or shit happened to us. We were in car accidents. We were, whatever it was. So that all becomes a lot, and it's so hard to manage when you have so many. So there's so many facets to it at once with all the, the different mixtures.
And then you have, like me, I had a friend, Daniel Rickback. I didn't know that he wasn't my friend until he did something horrible to me. So I have that thing where when I sense a relationship is changing, I get anxiety, but I don't directly ask, or I wind up being my own worst enemy. And then I start getting annoying, and then I cause the things that I don't want to.
Yeah. I've had a situation like that before. Oh, and that's another thing that autistic people tend to do. They try and sympathize by relating their own stories, like I just did. It's not trying to be, put the spotlight on yourself. It's
Well, I know that Dick and Amy, they both have autistic kids, and there's trade-offs. Like the kids maintain their sweetness long after the teenaging makes the kids rebellious and brittle, because basically if you have someone who with autism and they believe you are their friend, you basically have a puppy that if you want to get rid of them, you have to, like that new movie Strays, play fucking fetch. Have you seen the trailer where the guy just dumps the dog and it always comes back and he's like, in other words, people don't know when to quit. Social cues, yeah.
See, one of the things I have that is detrimental to my life is I am blunt and honest. Now, that didn't form when I was younger. When I was a kid, I lied my ass off. And then by the time I hit 12, I was like, I did like a year and a half of I Need Attention, right? So when I hit 12, I hated it. And so I was like, man, I never want to be that person again. And the older I got, the more I became anti that. So now I just speak the truth, and people don't like it.
I tend to prefer
people
it.
don't want to really know what you're thinking.
Yeah,
but when it just falls out of your mouth,
friends,
people get offended, and people get offended, and people get hurt, and people get put off or whatever, and then boom, you don't have a job. That's my life.
I tend to prefer that blunt honesty.
Yeah, people tell you that until you're in a relationship with them. They don't really women do not want to know the truth. I don't know about guys, but women do not want to know the truth.
Oh,
well, I actually mean it. Sorry.
I'm not going to say which congressperson, but when I went to meet the damn Republican who was talking about sucking up to Russia, because they were like, I was basically blunt. You know, the reason why I don't like Republicans is they scream at me that I'm a communist, a socialist, and a Marxist for recycling ideas from Jack Kennedy and Lyndon Baines Johnson. And here you are, a conservative Republican, and you're talking about doing the bidding of the Kremlin. What the fuck is wrong with you? Right to the man's face. I told him, and I know you never wanted me to come to church or care about social conservatism because of what you did to Bob Casey down in Pennsylvania. So I know you want to see half the country curse God and die so that you can psychologically abuse them. And his eyes were like, he was like, you know how someone looks when they're about to get run over by a car?
Yeah. Yeah, no, actually I do. I'll tell you about that some other time because I think I've told you guys before recently. We'll save it.
And basically I said, and by the way, you're talking about shutting down the fucking government. I remember when you did, and it cost me something. And by the way, this generation is, well, the guy wound up actually, because in New York, he has to basically defy the shitheads on that. But I looked to him and I said, do you want me to run against you? And he's like, no.
Nice. Well, I got myself a early birthday present. The movie Bloody Mallory. It's a foreign film from
What's
France.
it about?
Mallory is the head of an elite government-run strike force dedicated to combating the supernatural. It's sort of like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer kind of vibe. Her team includes the drag queen Vanna Cava, an explosive expert, a mute preteen telepath capable of possessing others named Talking Tina, and an armed government agent named Duran. And they are dispatched to protect the Covenant and from an assassin by a pack of undead head monsters. It kind of goes on like that, but interesting thing about
sounds like it could be a hoot.
Yeah, it's very. It does have a very artificial vibe to it. You know,
Like it's campy.
Yeah, it's very campy. And there was an interesting thing about the drag queen character is actually more trans than drag queen, because there's actually I remember there was a scene in it where Ravenna forgets that they were a drag queen and they weren't actually a woman, and they actually go through this kind of like existential crisis during the movie. Where they they take the wig off and they're looking at like, oh my god, I'm actually a man.
Oh, Dr. T makes a good point. Have you tried that partial monetization thing that YouTube allows once you're over 500 subs yet, Beck?
I think Beck's away.
I think Beck is away probably.
Well, somebody's selecting the
something to eat.
chats. But yeah, it's a I don't know exactly all what the features are because they turned them on after I was already at 1,000, so I missed the boat on that one. But I think if you go through the process and whatnot, you can. I don't think you can sign up for like ad revenue, but I think you can get super chats and whatnot at least.
Oh, Ember, I got a new hat. I want to show you.
Ooh,
It's a summer hat.
ooh.
And
Looks
it's
like mine.
I
It's
haven't
a
even
newsy hat.
shaped it yet. Huh?
It looks
Yeah,
like
it's a
a
newsie,
newsy
yeah.
hat. Like
A newsboy. That's the funny thing. Hold on. I gotta take it off because it's crooked with my damn headphones. Hold on. I can't wear them on YouTube. They interfere with my headphones. Anyways, that's the one thing that Ember and I definitely have in common. We both love those style of hats. Anyways, so it's all mesh.
Oh,
neat.
nice.
But when
Didn't
you
notice
put
that.
it on, it's so dark inside you can't tell, so your head can breathe totally, and it's
Nice.
really
Yeah.
nice and soft. And I think I only paid like $10 or $9 for it. I found it on Amazon, but it
Yeah,
has the
see, mine
adjuster
is
on the side too.
actually black, but it's
Oh yeah, I have one
a
like
little
that too.
sun faded.
Yeah, I have that exact style. I think it's damn near that exact same one, and it's black, but it looks brown now on top, and the inside's black. Yeah,
Yep.
mine,
but it's
mine's
also
slowly turning brown.
like a polyester material, so it won't fade.
Cool.
So
Nice.
good hat.
Hell
I knew
yeah.
you'd appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
No, my channel is not monetized. I'm still sucking 600 and something. My TikTok's up to 875, and I haven't even put shit on there, and I keep gaining subscribers. I guess people are seeing old shit from my stuff, and I haven't been on it. And while I haven't been on it, I've gained like 70 or 80 subscribers.
Oh yeah, I've been
So,
just
I posted
ignoring
a
the hell out of
couple-
my TikTok.
Yeah,
I don't even
I
have
wonder what
a
I'm at.
couple recently. Okay, so
I have
everybody
17
has to pause for a
followers.
second. Everybody has to pause for a second because, oh, where'd she go?
Ah,
I was trying to finish what we were talking about. I was going to say, Jenny, how are you? She just ditched.
Connection problems,
She
I
might have got
guess.
kicked. She gets kicked randomly. There she is. Phew. I thought you left me, Jenny. I was upset.
Well, I did.
I was just
I was
I was
just
just
being
telling-
here, so I left. I'm
I
good
was
for
just
about 3
telling the
minutes,
guys
and then
to
I'm gone.
I was just telling the guys to shut up so I could say hi to you and ask you how you are.
No, I just hit the wrong button again.
I know
It's
you.
me.
I figured you got kicked. It's no big deal. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm indignant and an indigent. Pooh, it's hard to say. I want someone to say that 3 times fast for me.
indignant, indigent.
That's
Nope.
it.
Yeah, it's hard. There's too many N's, D's, and G's in there. And then the T's are kind of like the D's, you know? It's like
Mhm.
Unique New York. Come on, try it.
Nope.
What did you say?
Unique New York.
I'm from New York.
Oh,
I
unique
don't
New York?
believe in that
Unique New York,
nonsense. That's
no, I can't do that.
propaganda.
And New York is definitely unique, but not for good reasons most of the time.
Well, I mean, we do have some pretty cool features. New York City notwithstanding,
It's true.
it's a big city with a lot of cool shit, but I mean, a metropolis is a metropolis. But Niagara Falls is nice, but that's not unique to New York. In fact, the Canadian side has the better waterfalls. But we do have a couple of cool waterfalls, like Tacanic Falls near Ithaca, which are actually taller than Niagara Falls, despite the fact that the valley has carved itself halfway down the cliff. So, thousands of years ago, it was even taller still. But my favorite probably is Eternal Flame Falls, which, as the name implies, there's a fire inside the fucking waterfall. It's the only one on Earth.
Oh, I have to look that
So-
up, and I have to go there.
Mm.
I enjoyed my time
So-
at Watkins Glen every time I went there.
Oh yeah, that's nice too.
What's fueling the fire then?
So, hello. Is somebody got something
Probably
playing in the
natural
background?
gas or something like that.
Yeah, there's a natural gas vent. It's one of those things where the layers of the waterfall cut through some shale, and one of the grottos, the waterfall cut behind itself, has just a little spurt of natural gas leaking out through the stone, and it's elevated just enough that it doesn't flood over. It's trippy as hell. I went in the winter because during the winter you can walk right on the river to get there easily. You don't have to fight the valley and shit. And
Right.
even though it's just a little flame, it still melted this big old section in the waterfall. So you've got icy waterfall, and then there's a liquid section with the fire poking out. It's so cool.
I bet that is cool.
I'd love
I
to see a
bet
picture.
There's
Me
a
too.
fairly good sized lake if you're like headed through New York before you get to Erie. That's a big touristy, very expensive lake, something or other. Whenever I come back from Ohio, I always stop at that rest stop and take in the view.
Wait a minute. What did you say this is again?
You had you coming from Erie, headed east,
Okay.
and instead of going to Pittsburgh, and you don't go to Pittsburgh, you don't
Yeah.
go to Buffalo. You go. I'm forgetting the road. There's a
Oh,
rest stop that
I-86
overlooks
on the
this
way to
very
Jamestown.
beautiful. Yes,
Yeah,
there's a
Is
rest
that-
stop there with a where
That's
you can
it.
see this beautiful. There's a beautiful view.
Yes.
Here's
Yes,
a
there
picture of
is.
it, Yvonne. Bring me up.
I think I was only on that part of the highway like 2 or 3 times, but I do remember there being a spot there that you can pull off, right? There's like a rest area. Yes. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got
I
a
remember
picture of
that.
it up here if you want.
God, I had to
to.
really
That
dig in my
is
memory for that
beautiful.
one. Cuz I only went
Yeah,
on
Mage
I
has
only
the
went on that
fiery
route.
falls.
I only went on that route like randomly once in a while. Like I think I was more having to like switch from southern to northern or something, and I ended up on that road. I don't remember, but
Beck, post
I-
Mage's picture.
oh,
I
Bring me
get
up. Bring me
oh,
up. We
one of
bring full
holy
those.
screen.
shit, that is really cool.
Yeah, there it is.
Damn,
Yep.
that is so weird.
Yeah, it's got its own little cave, so it stays dry and can keep on going. Now, in
And
fairness,
that's-
it does
and it's
actually
natural
go out
gas?
from time to time. Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
and
nice.
sometimes it does go out, but like the next person who goes by, there's because it's an actual waterfall, you have to be a little careful. But you know, if you can get a lighter in there, you can relight it easily enough.
It's nature's own fracking.
Yeah, basically. Now there are things like this all over the world. The Middle East especially has a bunch of places where there's little cracks in the ground in the rock where if the fire hasn't been blown out or something, there will be just random fires burning in nature. This is it's hypothesized that that's what caused the burning bush of biblical legend is one of these little fire
there's like
areas.
these little scrub bushes that are really flame tolerant that could actually take the that could actually just sit there and stay in the fire without disappearing too quickly.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't
And of
that'd be
course,
explain
pretty
all
the
the
burning bush
wonderful
talking.
fumes
So
coming off of it. Well,
Yeah,
we're
the
talking about
fumes.
the fumes
Yeah.
causing the talking. I mean, look at the Oracle of Delphi, right? The
Mhm.
cave that the Oracle was doing all the prophecies in had naturally occurring ether.
Also, if somebody has inhaled enough natural gas, hallucinating is actually fairly likely.
death is
Yep.
fairly likely. It's methane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get a
So I could see him
Hypoxia
having
and then
Hypoxia, that's it.
hallucination.
and
frickin'
passing out
nouns.
that he fell far enough away that he wasn't inhaling it anymore. So he survived it, but basically he passed out and had a dream about this.
If there was a Moses, he probably led a few hundred people out of the area. There was no slavery. There was a social demotion. And there is a stele in the Museum of Cairo, but it's in the basement. Friend of mine, his dad's an archaeologist. He's seen it. It mentions the Efreet and how Ramses the Great vanquished and expelled them. But there was also the island of Santorini or some island there where the volcano blew up, and there's naturalistic explanations for the you don't need a god to have plagues happen, but people interpret the plagues as being caused by a god.
Yeah.
But only a few hundred people at most could have gotten, if there was a real exodus. It wasn't this gigantic, huge, epic thing. It was maybe a few hundred people.
And another problem with the whole Exodus thing is there's no Egyptian records.
Well, I just talked about the stele, and my friend's dad was a archaeologist who worked for the University of Hartford. So that wasn't exactly a funny idiot. But you have to take the word for it and the word of some of his students that took the trips to Cairo with him in order to see it. because the Egyptian government says, "Oh yes, we believe Quran," and then when there's archaeological evidence that says the parts of the Quran that they want to question,
Ooh,
you know,
there's a
parts
big
that
fight
bring-
going at the Packer Bears game.
All right. Well, that's probably better than what I'm talking about right now, because what I was talking about was people fighting over shit that happened 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, nobody cares about that crap.
Yeah, because those people are fucking idiots. I cannot believe that you go overseas and they're still fighting over fucking religion. And I can't believe, as forward thinking as we're supposed to be, that religion is still fucking affecting everybody else that is non-religious the way it is. It makes me sick. Yeah, so do I think we should go over and help them? No, they're idiots. Let them fucking kill each other. It's stupid. It's all stupid. Your God, my God's better. Come on. And nobody
You
has
know,
any
it prob-
evidence. No one can prove a fucking thing, but they're over there killing each other over something that they don't even, no one's even sure if it even exists.
But he loves you.
Yeah, thank
It-
you,
it-
Ember.
Religion
know,
is
it
arguing
probably
over who has the
started-
best imaginary friend.
And you know, it probably started
wait,
over
hold
someone
on,
running
Commander.
a chicken over a cart.
Yeah. Say that again,
Say that
Purple?
again, Perp.
Religion is arguing over who has the better imaginary friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Exactly what it is. Like
Yeah,
a bunch
really-
of fucking 5-year-olds, but with guns.
And it happens to be the same friend.
Religion
It
just
exists.
like got out of
It is
control.
the same one, because all of them, if you break down what all of them are saying, they overlap like 98% or something stupid. So don't tell me you don't have the same God. And you
I mean,
can
they
go to
even have the
different
same
areas. You can go to
religious stories.
Egypt. You can go to Egypt and look in the fucking pyramids there, and then you can go to someplace else and look in caves. It's all the same shit.
It's just
religious
that
stuff's
it
all the same.
evolved over time. You know, someone put a different spin on it, like the story of Noah. That's the Epic of Gilgamesh just repackaged. I'm well aware of all this. To tell you the
Actually,
truth,
I
it
did a mini course on that. You know, I taught a little mini course
Yes,
on
Dave.
the comparative religions and how basically all the religions have the same stories. You know, you always start with where we came from, and then you usually have the Great Flood.
Well, part of it's divergent evolution. Like they all started with similar tales, and humans make meaning in much the same way. But some of it is convergent evolution.
Yeah.
Like the thing with the god being sacrificed to himself, hanging from a big piece of wood and getting stabbed in the side with a spear. That we see that in Norse mythology, and then we
Yeah.
also see it in Christian mythology. And the Christians, especially the early Christians, were really good at annexing other people's myths and incorporating them into their own lore, so that you could join and keep your demigods as saints and keep your fables and keep your holidays. All you're doing is changing which church you attend and who gets your tithe money.
Yeah, but even cultures that had no contact with each other, you'll still have some of the same basic stories, you know, from China and like from South America, because there are some
People
things that, you know, any agricultural society is going to chart the seasons and is
Mhm.
going to make holidays out of the solstices.
people are people, and people do people stuff, no
Yeah.
matter how far they're
Well,
separated.
it's just, you know, what you have to be aware of to make sure your crops grow right every year.
People doing people stuff. We gotta cut down on that.
Yeah, humans are
Well, if
the
it's
worst
good
thing humans
people
do.
stuff-
So
well, if it's
speaking of
good
people stuff,
then yeah.
speaking of people stuff really quick, because I'm pretty much shameless at this point in my life, and I've just given up. So I've recently just had some shit come down on my head, so health wise. So not only can you like and subscribe, but if you know some rich motherfucker, I put my Patreon down there. Ask them if they'll like adopt me as a child, because I don't know what to do anymore. I have no experience in the kind of work I need to go do. So I have to start over like I'm 20 years old. So it's going to be fun.
I'm still
Adventures.
working on the idea that if I can get
While I try not to like off myself.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's not good. Anyways, go ahead, Purple. I'm sorry.
I'm still working on the idea that if I can just get one person to subscribe on Patreon for the $1,000 a month level, I'll be good.
You know, Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels, his April Fool's video, he said he's going to become a Christian for the money, and whoever joins his Patreon at the top level, which is like $500 a month or something, he will become their flavor of Christian. So they get to choose what kind of Christian he will be. It's still up there. If you go to his Patreon, you can.
You know what I
still
should do?
How about the dead kind?
Ooh,
Wow.
Oh,
ooh,
we have
and
Kenny, your
microphone
mic
issues.
just went shitty again.
Well,
Sorry,
I don't
honey.
think most of the preachers actually believe their own stuff. They're just fleecing the idiots for cash and influence.
Yeah, that's actually I'm still digging into it, but it seems like that's actually what they teach at places like Kenneth Copeland Bible College.
Yeah.
Like, this is all bullshit, but here's the bullshit that'll get you paid.
I think that a lot of the priests start out because they believe it, but I can't see how you can get to the higher levels without realizing it's, just bullshit. So
You know what I
somewhere in
wanna do
between,
now?
they have to realize it's bullshit. But by the time they get to that, they realize that if they don't preach the bullshit, they've lost their career.
Mm-hmm.
Not only have they lost their career, but they've lost everything. Everything. And they have to stand up and grab themselves by the balls and say, hey, I fucked up. And most people are not mature enough to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're too heavily invested
Bottom
in it by
line.
the point they realize it.
It's ego, perps. It all goes back to ego.
Yeah, well,
It's
that's the
toxic
whole point.
masculinity. It's white privilege. It's just the same shit it's always been. It's just snowballed. It's so big now. It's in under other categories, but that's where it all started. Is all that pile of crap.
That's the main thing
In
with
the Middle East.
Paul's version of Christianity is you don't have to apologize. You don't have to be sorry. You don't even have to admit you were wrong. Just suck Jesus's dick and all will be forgiven. Never mind the people you wronged. Never mind however many people you hurt. Praise Jesus's name and scot-free. Slate wiped
I've
clean.
literally had Christians tell me, Ember, that they're like, so you think you could like kill somebody and you're going to go to heaven? Yep, because I believe in God. What the fuck? You know
Well,
what we should do, Ember? I want to do this with you. I want to start a fake Christian channel. We'll use only avatars that are godly avatars. And I want to start telling people how God loves gay people and thinks everybody should transition and just start anything they hate on, just say the exact opposite.
I recommend
what I
this.
wanna do.
I recommend this song by Voltaire called "God Thanks."
And just stick to it and stick to the script and don't give in. And oh no, God's amazing, but God's
I
and they'll
can
be all
help you with
pissed
that.
off
I
and
used to
rating
be
your
a huge
channel and
Bible thumper.
probably make a big bunch of fucking money off of them.
Mm-hmm.
I could help you with that. You take a Jew and then the Jew becomes a Christian for some time. And then, but I did prepare something. I did actually have something that explains why most of them.
That name it, claim it bunch, blab it, grab it. Well, yeah. I named it, claimed it, blabbed it, grabbed it, and I've had it for 40 years. And Abraham became very rich.
Is he talking about venereal disease?
Very rich.
Oh, your
I
mic's still
was
doing that,
very
Jay.
interested in very rich.
I can't understand.
And
what you're
don't you
saying.
ever say I did. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
That guy's fucking
Well,
weird.
then.
Yeah, pretty much Archangel Gabriel.
Yeah.
I just want to say something really quick. And I'm dead serious. Dave, this is what doesn't happen, though. What happens is people that are inherently good, and I'm talking about me. I literally can't be mean to people. I can think it, and oh my God, I want to knock that guy out. I can't hurt people. I can't fucking steal. I can't do anything. I can't be fucking like vicious behind people's backs and manipulative to get somewhere in this world. So I get stepped on because I am good. And in the meantime,
are too moral.
The people, yes, I literally am, and I fucking hate it. You know how bad I want to go and go over to where my brother's working at and just take a baseball bat to him? I want to. I can't.
Even
I
when I was
literally cannot
stealing.
make myself do that. I'm just not that person. And I fucking hate it because I would love to just beat the shit out of somebody right now because my whole entire life has been about other people fucking me over. And that's why I am the indigent because I have nothing to show for it. I bust my ass. I'm trying to build a company. I fall off of a ladder fucking in 2005 and lose a kidney. And now the other one's fucking starting to tank. So yay to me. I'm in the category where I get to live somewhere between 7 and 19 years. So no, I'm not shame. I have no shame anymore. Fuck it. Somebody wants to help me, please give me money. I don't know what to fucking do anymore. Good news is I might be able to actually get disability now. And not just for my mental health shit.
Well, it's something. And I definitely relate. Like when I was
the
a
reality
repo agent,
is good people get shit on. They tell you to be a good person and do this and do that. No, you need to be an asshole fucking Christian so you can fucking be rich and have anything you want. And make sure you're white.
yeah.
Or make yourself white.
Or
act like it.
Just be born rich. Like Mitt Romney used to say, have you tried not being poor? It's a lifestyle choice, just like everything else. Yeah, when I was a repo agent, I'd work 24-hour days. I'd work so late I'd be late for the next day's shift, and then I'd finally come home. And one day it really, really rocked me. Like my oldest was my only at the time and was like 2 months old or something. And we had this tiny little apartment we needed public assistance to get. I'm literally working myself to death, putting their mom through nursing school and all this crap. And I went and I picked up this brand new Ferrari that the people hadn't made any payments on. Custom rims, custom stereo, hundreds of dollars of lotto scratch offs chucked in the back seat. We hooked up to it. Our policy was to go knock on the door, tell them what was going on so that they didn't call the cops on us. Not that it mattered, but it made our lives easier. See if we could, get the keys, which would make our lives a lot easier. And so I knock on the door. The guy opens the door. He has a flat screen TV the size of his entire living room wall. It turns out he's a drug dealer, right?
Of course he is.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I get home and I sit down on the thrift store couch in this tiny little apartment, and I turn on my 13-inch TV, old school rear projection TV, and I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying
right?
so hard to do things the right way.
If I could, I'd go sell drugs to kids because that's where the money is. I mean, you have to be fucking immoral to make it in this world. That's why I don't I know I've met rich people that started with nothing, had ideas, did computer shit. I met one of the richest men that has ever walked the fucking ground in this goddamn city. He is fucking loaded. He's got millions and probably, I don't even know, billions of dollars worth of art. And we just move it around for him because he loans it out all the time. He's just fucking loaded. Nicest guy in the world. We go to bring a piece of art in and his wife's getting us fresh water out of the fridge. Here, I know it's hot. Do you guys want anything else? You want some coffee? I can make coffee. Because they started with nothing and they fucking know. They know that man worked his ass off for years and that woman was home alone raising her kids for years to get where they are. So they know what it's fucking like to struggle. Now, the ones with the silver spoons, those are the ones that are in charge. That's the problem. They have the silver spoon and they can afford to fucking campaign. And that's what, and they can afford, they have enough money and enough donors and they got their hands on enough dicks through the pocket, that they're good, but by the time they get that bad, they're that high. They're so fucking corrupt. They're worthless. They're just worthless.
No, and
Money
the
is
system has
speech.
got to change.
if they start out with money, they have no concept of what poor people are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like a ladder, on the economic scale. And most people can't see more than like 2 rungs ahead of them or 2 rungs below them. So if
meek
they've
shall
started
inherit.
out having millions all their lives, they think poor is the people who have a suburban home.
Wait a
People
minute.
who only have one
there are
house.
there's more rungs than
Jenny.
the one I look at from the floor.
Jenny, it's doing it still. I can barely understand you. I got 3 words. It's like really like I don't know. Every time you talk.
Well, that's why we
Sorry.
have such a problem. Getting any social programs or anything that helps the bulk of the population, because they can't even envision how most of the people live. It's just completely outside of their frame of reference.
Yeah.
The
That's
idea
why
of
we
living
get-
paycheck to paycheck is just, they can't comprehend it.
Go if you need to 401. You're always welcome back.
I took care of what went on.
Oh, okay. Cool.
My grandfather came from absolute shit. So when he had a tailor shop that turned into a factory in the 1970s, he was paying people $4 an hour. And his son won't even spend any time with his sister, my mom, because he's afraid he's going to have his pockets picked. So it just takes that kind of generation. One generation goes from willingly paying people more than prevailing union wage to, I don't want to spend time with my sister because I might have money bilked out of me.
Yeah, it's a class issue.
Yeah, Tubi, and he started out when he turned 18, he got $1 million. And by the time he was 24, 25, he could borrow, I think it was 25 was the number. He could borrow from his trust. And he borrowed like 24 or 25 million. And he started out with, and he tells people, I started out with $1 million. Yeah, your dad gave you $1 million when you were 18. You know what my dad gave me? I don't know. I quit seeing him when I was 12. So fuck off.
Well, my dad gave me his share of the inheritance from my grandmother because he was such a piece of shit, she cut him out.
Honestly, my dad did give me one thing. I'll be honest. Besides some good, well, I used to say good genes. I'm not feeling that so much anymore. Besides the fact that I look so much like him, it's fucking ridiculous. He gave me racial slurs that are in my head for the rest of my fucking life, and that come out without prompt. Like, I just see someone on the news committing a crime, and whatever nationality they are, his voice is right there saying it.
Being the youngest of 9, by the time I became an adult, there wasn't anything left for my parents to give me.
Well, yeah, I'm 7. I feel it. Perps,
The only
it was the
thing
same
I
way.
got is my brother gave me a 20-year-old car with the I can't find the word, but the one condition for the car was that I was to take it to Minnesota and it was never to enter the state of Illinois again. I never got an explanation for that, but
hey, buddy.
So had to have used that car for something pretty sketchy.
Yeah, all I know is there was just nothing. We had nothing. We were living off of assistance and trying to grow our own food. And if we didn't have a garden, we would have starved to death.
Yeah.
And at one point, we were so hungry, my Nana bought my mom 2 pigs so we could slaughter them. She bought us 2 small pigs to raise so we had meat that winter. Because
my dad was a great gardener, and that's really the one thing that I regret, that I couldn't stand being around him long enough to learn anything.
Hello.
Because that would have been something very valuable to have.
Hi,
well, that's
Sydney.
really shitty, Sydney.
Hi, Sydney. It really is.
I'm sorry to hear that.
There's a lot of
Actually, you know
shitty
what? I
people in
hate
the
that
world.
saying. Let me correct that. I'm not sorry to hear it. I'm not sorry that you said it. Why do we say that? I'm sorry you had to go through that, and I'm sorry you're still dealing with it. Let me change that. Go ahead, Ember.
Yeah, I was just noticing there's a lot of shitty people in the world. Like, so many people's dads, in this case, left a bad impression, then took off, and just it's not exclusively fathers, of course, but I've got issues with my parents. I've mentioned more than once the way I raised my kids was whenever I hit one of those crisis moments where you don't know what to do, I would think of what my parents would do and then do the opposite of that, and it's worked out pretty well.
Because you knew they fucked you up. Yes.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, not all parents recognize that, and they don't break the chain. Like my generation broke the chain of like beating your children. Because we all got beat. So when we had kids, the only time we ever hit them was if they were like 2-ish years old, had a diaper on, and you just pat their butt to get their attention, kind of thing. Like, hey, what are you doing? That is the most that any of the kids from me and my siblings ever got spanked.
I still consider it my greatest achievement in life that no one has ever said I'm like my father.
Except for no shit, right? Except for one exception, it's my sister's family, and her husband was still stuck in that. He was abused really bad. So for him, just using like a big piece of wood on their ass or a belt or whatever, that was nothing. It was like a smack on the hand to him. That's how fucked up he is.
Hanging in the kitchen when I grew up, my dad had a paddle he had hand carved out of a 2x6.
Yeah, that absolutely sucks. Disciplining kids should actually bring more emotional harm to the parent than it does to the child, because it's not. Discipline is for the benefit and correction of a child, not for a parent to take out their anger.
And it's unnecessary.
And there's
it's largely
you got timeouts, you got the washing the mouth out with soap. It's not always physical.
Yeah,
in fact, very rarely was there physical discipline.
The spanking thing is actually really unnecessary. Like, take for example with one of my cousins. He was little kid. He kept sticking his fingers in his mouth and like touching the food on the table for everybody. It was like well, how would you feel? Well, I kind of pulled him over. Like, well, how would you feel if someone did that to your food on your plate? Like, I wouldn't like it. Well, that's kind of what you're doing to everybody here. And he put the two together, and he never did it again.
Yeah, trying to teach them how to look at it from the other person's point of view.
That's what my mother did to us. She literally raised us by the "don't do to someone else if you don't want it done to you" thing. Because we would do something when we were small, and she was like, "Do you want me to bite you, or you want me to scratch you, or hit you, or whatever it is?" When you're really little and you get that 2-year-old temper tantrum shit, and we'd be like, "Well, no," and she's like, "Don't do it to me then." Oh.
Yeah, Jenny, if you're
that makes sense, doesn't it?
We're still not hearing you clearly. We can't make out any words from you.
Yeah, it sounds like a phone in a pocket kind of thing.
Okay, now I hear that.
On purpose to exaggerate. I love you, Jenny.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Perfect.
Yes.
You are perfect.
Actually. Yes, I know.
Now you sound good.
I just wish my phone was.
Yeah.
Yep.
The U.S. is far behind because we basically have malignant, narcissistic sociopaths manipulating fucking idiots, and that's the way our society is set up.
And encouraging idiocy.
Stop talking about
Yes.
Well, and Mark Caesar is saying that empathy is a quality sadly lacking. Empathy is something that you have to teach empathy to your children. And if they don't learn it when they're very young, it's harder for them to really learn it when they're an adult.
Look, if my mother had not instilled empathy in us as much as she did, I would have none for anybody, because that's part of my autism. I just don't like. They show Morocco, look, all these people dead. And I'm like, yep, I just got nothing. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. Unless it's happened to me, the same exact thing happens to someone else that's happened to me, I can feel, but it's because of myself. I have no empathy for anybody else. I don't have any sympathy for. I just don't. I care about people and I love them, so I know I should. So I give them that because that's what they need, and I care about them, so I want them to be happy. But I don't really feel it. I just know that's the correct response.
Interesting.
And it's hard. Like, that was one of the things that screwed up with the last girlfriend. She was upset, and I was like, sorry. And she was like, you didn't react properly. And I was like, what do you mean? And then later on, she said, no, never mind, you're fine. And I'm like, no, it wasn't fine for her. That's the thing, is she felt like I wasn't being supportive enough. I gave her a hug.
Yeah, it does make relationships difficult. Like the last person I had a serious relationship with years ago now was also neurodivergent, so they were much more understanding of my oddities. But even so, it still kept triggering those uncanny valley moments, because even though I do a pretty good simulation of normalperson.exe, it's never quite perfect. So there'll be some instances where my reactions to things just aren't quite what a person might expect from a vanilla flavor human, and it throws people off.
Well,
they're like, there's something not quite right about you.
I find part of mine is that it kind of takes me longer to process emotional situations. So I don't give them the right reaction in the moment, but, a couple hours later or the next day after I fully processed it, then I get a much better understanding of what they were, where they were at then.
So you guys should you have all these relationship problems. You should do what I do, and that's not have a relationship for the last 45 years.
Yeah, that's why I haven't had a relationship in a long time. That I hadn't planned to. That last person was very, very, very special, because, like I said, they were neurodivergent as well, and had a I could go on and on. Really, really amazing person. But until that point, I'd gone for like,
Go ahead. I just had to make a joke. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'd gone like 6 years being single because, I didn't see that there was a person that would be compatible with me, and I wasn't really interested in normal people. Nothing against neurotypical people; they just don't interest me for relationship purposes. Like without chemistry, there's no relationship, right? And there's just nothing to connect with in most people in that case. So I went for like 6 years before that relationship, and it's been 6 or 7 years since that relationship, and it's
so you're due. Good for you. Good for you. I'm trans. I'll be single the rest of my life, but I'm okay with it. Mark said, serious question. Do you think of yourself as a narcissist in any way? Typically, narcissistic people don't have empathy for others. I'm surprised to hear you say what you just said. So let me say, first of all, there are other factors in this. When I was little, I was overly like sympathetic, empathetic. You know what I mean? Like overly. I've always been an over helper. I think that with time and mental abuse, that I have a block up that has added to that. I think it's become self-preservation at this point.
So you are,
because I don't have the I don't think I'm not anymore. I used to be. I just can't do it anymore. Because here's my problem is, like, all you folks, I love you guys and I care about all you guys. So I feel more for you. If I see somebody I don't know, I just don't give a fuck.
See, when you say
I just have nothing for them.
When you say I care about you guys, that's saying I have empathy for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's not like, okay, like there's people that see like Morocco falling and they get upset and they hurt for those people and they want to help. And I don't know them. I got nothing for them.
Well, I found I can have a relationship, but I can't do the dating part that's supposed to lead to a relationship. So all the relationships I've had have been some situation that kind of circumvented that, and we skipped past that first 6 months of dating.
Yeah, it can be nice sometimes.
Mark,
Sometimes.
I do want to, what little I know about psychology, I want to answer questions that people are going to have. No, Beck is not falling into sociopathy or psychopathy.
No, I'm not a
because Beck
narcissist.
I'm just answering that because you,
Thank
if you did, you wouldn't have had it as a kid. You know, it's just like the world grinds you down. I just
Mhm.
wanted
No,
to
really,
make
I
sure
think
that
it's I think it's all my mental health stuff mixed with just mixed with life like everybody else. You know, you just end up being who you are. And some things you can't control, and that's one thing I just
all people have a certain amount of narcissism about themselves. Everybody has a bit of sociopathy to themselves. We all have these things. It's not a question of whether or not you have it. It's a question of whether or not it rules you.
Well, I don't.
This is
I'm
what
so
mental
great.
illness is.
Well, I don't have that. I'm so great.
I know you're perfect, but
I'm the
you live in
most
Florida.
humble.
That's why.
Nobody's more humble than me.
Yes.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
am the most humble.
yeah, Moses was like, he's the most humble person on earth. And then after he gets done ordering how you should kill people, then he talks about what kind of clothes that you should wear. And yeah, I kind of like get that.
Yeah, but it's not me. It's my invisible friend who's telling you all these things.
But I was following, the friendly atheist was doing his Bible readings. You know, and it's like there's an entire book of the Bible that God had already told Moses he was going to kill him at any moment, but he delays it for an entire book of the Bible before he gets to him.
Can we just stop bringing up the Bible? Okay, it has nothing to do with real life. I don't want to hear anything about it from anybody anytime. It just makes me sick.
That's why I usually don't I'll touch on religion, but I usually don't stay on it because I don't want to fucking hear about it. I just think
I find that funny.
Anyone
and it's
have
like,
any
that's just really
fond
bad
memories
writing.
of The Simpsons?
No, Purple. No, I agree with you. That is really bad writing. And yeah, no, I don't mind little snippets. I just don't want to have a little discussion about it. What's that 401?
I was trying to change the subject by asking, does anyone have any fond memories of The Simpsons?
Yes, there was that one time that
I remember the
Homer met
pilot.
God.
Yeah, I
Ox
never really
says-
watched him very much, just on occasion.
I just want to make sure, Jenny, did you read that? What Ox said?
For some strange
let me
reason.
see if I can read that.
Sorry.
Okay, so he said, I got my revenge on my dad about 3 years ago. He died and was cremated, wanted his ashes scattered to the sea, so I took them and flushed them down the toilet at the funeral home.
That
I
sounds good.
love it.
Well,
He was in
yeah.
it. Well, he used to beat the shit out of him. Like,
Well,
good, do it.
Eventually it will flow out to the sea, so he got his wish.
I got
No, it
revenge.
probably won't. All that shit will be filtered out before it
Yeah,
gets pumped out of the
water
treatment plant.
Well,
He's laying
gonna
there
be
with all
turned
the
into
shit.
fertilizer. He's going to be turned into some of the best fertilizer the world has ever seen.
Yep.
Because they
I
make
bet.
fertilizer out of sewage.
Yeah, the
Yep.
solids that are extracted at the waste treatment plant are sold for fertilizer.
Do you suppose the 215 pounds is the part of him that isn't full of shit or the part of him that is?
With my mom, I actually took some of her ashes and scattered them at her favorite spot in the jetties.
My dad was not kind
Go
to
ahead.
me at all, and when he was cremated, he wanted us to spread his ashes in 3 different places, and we did. My brothers and I. One involved driving about 600 miles, but we did it.
Yeah, Amber,
I
you said you're
disposed of a racist Roman Catholic cousin in a Jewish cemetery.
Richard tried to get me. Richard tried to get me to drive him and us go together and go to Mexico and go get those dad's ashes from that woman the 18-year-old Mexican chick he was shacked up with, hiding from the IRS in his life when he died. And I'm like, why? And he's like, well, it's dad. And I'm like, what? My sperm donor? My sperm donor who gave me attention when I was a baby, and then when I was up and walking, I became a beer dispensary for him, and then never spoke to me about anything else but that, except, He did teach me gun safety. That's it.
Oh, that's
It's the only
something.
thing that man ever fucking taught me. Yes, agreed. And if I wanted to waste money to go down and get that worthless piece of shit that left us starving, fuck that. I'm not wasting my hard-earned money like getting a hold of that woman. She's probably going to want some kind of money off of us because dad lied to her or something. She's probably got 10 fucking kids with him. Who knows? Like, no, I'm not dealing with it.
Beck, when you just said that, it made me think and realize just this moment that my dad never taught me anything either. Everything I learned in life was from my mom.
Me too. My mother was amazing. She had like the best, everything was a lesson. Everything was research. She would discuss it with us, whatever the problem was. And we'll go research this and then come back to me. We'd go in the living room. We'd pull the encyclopedia out and we'd look at stuff and we'd write stuff down and come back and we'd discuss it with her. And she'd just be cooking and cleaning and doing dishes and laundry the whole fucking time. And she did nothing but teach us. She was amazing. And the fact that she died at 46 is a fucking shame.
Yeah, my dad was abusive and my mom was so preoccupied with other things. I was just neglected. And they just kind of assumed that my older siblings were going to be watching me, so nobody really was.
Who here has had, that's a good question. Who here feels like nobody's had a perfect childhood, but you had a decent childhood and you didn't come out very damaged from it? Who? Raise your hand. Put a 1 in the chat.
First half of my childhood, up until the age of 13, was great. Then my grandparents died, and then the finances went to shit. But my grandfather, who was like my dad, he was one of the kindest, polite man of responsibility you could ever meet.
My brothers had a good upbringing because they were never held responsible for anything they ever did, any trouble they got into. And we're talking including drugs and guns and jail. And it was ignored. And I took the heat for everything.
That's not a good upbringing. That's how to have your kids wind up in prison.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about in terms of abuse and parents that way. So that's what I'm referring to as well.
Well, I think I did a lot better as a parent. I helped raise 9 kids. 2 of them are in college. None of them went to jail. So I'm going to count that as a solid win.
Oh, that's like a gold medal right there.
Yeah, my mom was good with kids when she was functional.
I really don't remember most of mine. Really, from ages 5 to 14, I hardly remember anything at all.
It's because
and
you were
it's only
hiding all the
because
time in a
at
closet.
14 is when I started doing serious writing. So I wrote a lot of stuff down in kind of a disguised fashion. That my first book was as much a journal as a work of fiction.
Okay.
So basically, I can see all my problems from high school by reading my old stuff.
It's not universal, but it is pretty common that a lot of people's first book or two ends up being semi-autobiographical, even if they don't intend it to be.
Yeah.
Because it's just, you have to say what's in you and needs to come out, you know?
Well, yeah, my first novel no one should ever read, but I mean, what the fuck? It was written by a teenager, so what do you expect of it?
Mm.
Damn,
and at this point, nobody really can read it, because as far as I know, the only surviving copy is a set of floppy disks from a Commodore 64. So unless you've got a 1541 disk drive, you can't read it.
Oh, speaking of
Sounds
floppy
like a
disks.
challenge.
Speaking of floppy disks, Robert X, do not be too jealous. I do
Robert
have
is a floppy disk.
I have a little bit of a gut, and I got some love handles. So I just look good from like nipples up, basically.
Yeah, same with me.
Oh, and
I've
I have
got
good
a bit
calves.
of a belly. I've got to roll around the middle.
I have very accentuated calves.
I don't believe in
there's
doing
only-
anything halfway, so I'm grossly fat.
There's
Fuck yeah,
only
just go
one
all
fa-
nothing.
There's only one factory in the world that produces those 5.5-inch floppy disks. And
Oh.
they do that for America's nuclear arsenal.
Oh God,
They
don't
still
say
run
that,
off
please,
those
please,
things.
please. I don't want to know that. I really don't want to know that.
Well, you want another
Oh.
fact you don't want to know?
It's run by Windows.
Well,
Windows 2.0, right? Windows 2.0 and DOS.
DOS 6. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
back around like 2009, Microsoft officially stopped supporting Windows XP. To this day, 90% of the ATMs in the US still run on Windows XP.
Ooh.
Oh, that's fun.
So there's been no security updates to it for about 14 years.
Yeah, we can hack the shit out of those things.
I have to say real quick, Ox, you would not want to go gay for me because I'm a top. I don't think you'd enjoy it very much, my friend.
I've been looking for a top for like 45 years. How much you charge?
Shit. That's what I started doing. Find older women. I said that yesterday at work because I was leaving. I was like, fuck it. I'll just go find older women that have money and fuck them.
Hey, trans porn, there's definitely a demand for it.
It does not pay very well, though.
Well, you should at least be able to make some money off of OnlyFans.
No, you should refine that. Trans porn
just hide
does
their
not
face
do
and
well.
line.
Pre-operative trans porn does well.
Let's see here.
Oh, well,
it
then
does
I could
for
win
the
with
movie makers, but there's a reason. Like every porn star you've ever heard of is in like 60 movies a week. The pay is
I'm
absolute
talking
crap.
about the live action stuff that people go after today on the internet.
Well, hey, we've got enough people here that understand cameras and lighting and everything. Maybe we should just start our own porn company.
It's probably the only
That's
way
an
I
idea.
ever make money is fucking people. See, I'm telling you, you got to fuck people to make money. One way or the other.
One way or the
It's
other. That's
it's
right.
either literally or on paper.
Well, the most
Or in
let's
person
see here,
or whatever.
the state that searches for transgender porn the most is Arkansas, followed by Alabama, then Mississippi, Louisiana, and then Michigan.
Well, that's why they're such dickheads about
Yep.
it.
I knew it
Because
was going to be mostly
they're
the heavy
guilty.
Republican states.
And if
Let
we
me tell
just bracket that so we know that's specifically what they're searching for, we get Alabama, Louisiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana.
Yep.
The
So let me-
politicians there are that way about because they know they will never get caught because they're politicians.
See, it goes by the old theory: he who smelt it dealt it, and he who denied it supplied it. So the more bitching you get from someone, the more guilty they are.
Yep. Well, wherever the Republicans have their CPAC convention every year, the gay prostitutes flock down there because they know it's a great place to make a lot of money.
Gay porn. Let's see what that comes up with.
Great. We were having
Didn't
a
they
great
have to
discussion. We
close
go
the
over to
Larry Craig
trans
statue
porn.
down?
We go over to trans porn because I was talking about making money, and now Ryan shows up.
New Mexico
Didn't
searches
they
gay
have to-
porn the most.
Didn't they have to shut down the Larry Craig bathroom at Minneapolis International Airport because it became like a tourist attraction? Does anyone remember Larry Craig? He was a conservative Republican who got caught in the bathroom stall, and he says, "Wide stance," but he was soliciting prostitutes.
Oh, yeah, I remember that episode.
Yeah, I do remember that douchebag.
I can't believe that they would close an entire lavatory just because of one
they did.
particular thing. No, I don't believe that.
No flute stool, but there were trumpets at band camp. Actually, it was a French horn.
No, I don't think they'd close the restroom because the thing happened there. I think they might make it off limits because of the tourists who kept
Well, that's
coming
the
because
thing.
of what happened there. Like, actually, you should charge admission. That's what you should do.
As I understand it, this guy did it just before getting on the plane, which means that the restroom was within the security zone.
Yep.
Which means tourists can't get there, and if they can, it's still a limited number because you only fit so many on a plane.
Yeah, you have to go through
mean,
the
in
check-in,
theory,
which they
but
won't
United
let you pass
has-
if you don't have a plane ticket.
You'll have to rewind and put it on 1.5 or 1.25 or something, Aaron, because you just missed like an entire porn and fucking old women discussion.
Yep. Now we're just looking at tits.
Yeah, now we're just looking at tits.
This is a new person I haven't seen before. Ryan Cultastic. Interesting name.
Oh
That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah. Ryan,
Look at my
forgive
tits.
me
host
if I
on
mix
one of the
this up
atheist
because
shows.
I'm terrible with names. But Ryan is XJW who does
Yes.
deconstruction content.
Mhm.
Yes.
I know I've seen her hosting on one of the atheist shows. I don't remember which one.
Oop.
It's always good to be an XJW.
Yes.
Fucking kicked Ember out by accident. I clicked the wrong
How
button.
dare you?
Hey,
putting my
everybody,
away for that.
I'll have you know, I will have you know, Ember, that everyone, and I mean everyone, gets kicked out of my streams at some point for mouthing off to me. So it's your turn.
Has anybody
Okay,
been
now that we're done
following-
with that,
Has anybody been following
initiation.
that? Has anyone been following that internet influencer woman who got busted for child abuse when her influencing wasn't parental techniques?
You have to
oh
be
yeah,
a
she
lot
was
more
abusing her
specific.
children to make them look Christian and shit. Yes,
Yeah,
I did
she's
hear about
she's
her.
a Mormon, and it's starting to sound like the police department was in cahoots with the Mormons to cover it up for years.
Oh wow!
Until it
I
has
haven't
come
heard
out
about
now.
this. I haven't heard about this.
Yeah, I just picked up on some stuff this morning that seemed to indicate that. That's my assumption, but the way it was worded and things and timelined with the complaints that were made but never found, it sounds like there's somebody's in cahoots.
Yeah, so somebody
What in
fairly high in the
shock,
police
man.
department was protecting her for some reason.
Yay, Mormon Church!
It could have been the church itself. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, of
just,
course it can.
Just like they all do with their
are-
preachers.
Mormons are encouraged to not report rape. Okay, they want it to be an internal church issue. So why would
Same
they?
thing
Why
with
would
the
they not want?
JWs.
So why would they not want this to be an internal church issue too?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything that'll make the church look bad. And don't go to worldly authority. This is a matter to be resolved among the faithful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
and if the priest forgives the guy, you're supposed to be cool and be willing to hug him then even if he never apologized to you.
Well, that's dumb to dumb.
Yeah.
Not surprising at all, Ryan. No, Ryan
But-
said she remembers that she knows that lady too, Jenny, just so you know.
Personally, or just of the stories?
No, I
Well,
think she just knows of her. She's seen the stories as well.
She says,
Oh.
evil lady, the kid's been restrained with duct tape. Or no, that's Aaron saying that.
Yes, yeah, they were the kids. The kid
Oh,
that
that's
got
Aaron.
out into the neighbor had duct tape stuck to their arms and legs, and they were emaciated.
That's just rude. But speaking
You
of
know what that
Aaron,
is?
I gotta
That's
scoot.
Christianity, folks.
It really is.
There's more than that. There's more than just Christianity going on there.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
She was
I
trying
gotta
to do it
scoot.
for money. She was doing it for money.
'Cause I
Suck his
got to
leg.
get ready for Aaron's show.
Yeah.
Oh, Joseph Smith today. So yeah. So
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah,
folks,
yeah.
and I'll catch y'all later.
Okay.
Love you too. Ember.
Bye
Thanks for
bye.
stopping by.
Later.
Don't get caught.
Bye. Joseph Smith said some dumb shit, dumb, referring to the South Park episode.
Yep. That was a
yeah,
great episode.
Ryan, that is so true. The Scientologists are well known for covering crimes of their people that are designated the special ones that keep the money the poor people give.
And don't they have like a place where they take people and make them disappear? The Scientologists
Yes, they do. The wife of the leader of the Scientologists has not been seen for years.
Yeah, there's a number of people that were involved in Scientology and tried to leave, and no one has seen them for a long time.
If you want to learn about Scientologists, go on YouTube and look up Leah Remini. She was on Parks and Recreation.
Yep.
Remini, thank you. She's been following it. She's really bright, and she's just been following it and just annihilating these people.
Yeah, I know that she's been on TV a lot. I think they actually gave her a show for that.
Yes, they did, and she's also done a because it started out with a documentary done by one of the news channels, and I don't remember, it was years ago. And ever since then, the Scientologists have been trying to get her, and they just can't do anything to her. And
yeah, I
it's
saw
pissing
3 or
them
4
off.
interviews she did, and I know they were really upset about those going public.
Oh, fuck them.
Yeah, she's
No,
giving away their secrets.
I don't think I'd ever want to fuck any of them. Mm-mm.
Well, you know what I meant. They all need to just go to blazes.
Anybody who has Tom Cruise as a friend, I don't think I want to talk to.
I don't go for the whole guilt by association.
Okay.
But they are probably just as batshit crazy as he is. Unless, of course, they're like an employee who wants nothing but a fucking paycheck.
Well, that's literally what it is. It's a club for rich, stupid people. And, you know, you do have to remember that with every religion, there are people that are brainwashed into it and they are victims. But the majority, that is not true. And especially for Scientologists, because they're throwing their money in that shit.
Well, people who come into it that don't have a lot of money to start with wind up getting a lot of, the really low-level, really shitty jobs, and they don't let them advance.
The fact that Scientology exists and then we're all aware of it and stuff. When you were talking earlier, Beck, about coming up with a religion that thinks everything is okay and argues for it and blah, blah, blah. We could just model ourselves after Scientology. They've gotten away with it. They're 503c.
Actually, what I was saying is we should act like we're like Baptists or whatever, and then say the opposite of what they say about hating people. Anything that's hateful, anything that's horrible, change it and make it like, no, that's not true. Everybody can go to heaven because God loves everybody, and keep spreading that the opposite of what they say. They'll get pissed off. They're going to subscribe to the channel. They're going to stalk the fuck out of you. You're going to have some really good mods, but I guarantee you will make some fucking money off of YouTube because this shit's going to blow up. That's what I was saying.
I'd love to help with that. That would be fun.
Anybody in the chat want to help?
Well, you mentioned doing a fake Christian channel. So what if you had somebody on there who said that they had been a Scientologist and they converted to whatever religion you're going to be pushing on that one?
Well, you could lie and just say you're a Scientologist.
Well, that's what I mean.
Lie and
You
say
can
I
have
was a
somebody
Christian,
who can
so
say they were a Scientologist and just spill all these rumors about how the Scientology church works.
It's only fraud when you take money
you mean
from
just
them.
make shit up about how the Scientology church works?
Isn't that what
And
religion's
also-
all about? You just make shit up and hope enough people believe it.
Well, kind of, yeah. That's most of it. The other part is like if you were, well, the only reason why it has any relevance for me, just some fun holidays and remembering the people who helped raise me and love me. But do I believe everything in it? Absolutely not. A lot of it is shit.
Well, it's, I grew up in a heavily Jewish community, so I got a lot of stuff on the Jewish holidays and that. Most of my friends were celebrating those. I actually have more respect for the Jewish faith because they actually encourage people to study the scriptures.
And argue with them. Maimonides said that if you believe everything in the Bible, I'm paraphrasing here, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And he was one of the greatest sages of the Golden Age in Spain before the Catholics fucked everyone over. I mean,
Bye, Aaron.
There was some songs that I learned in music appreciation class that had elements of Islam, elements of Judaism, and elements of Christianity in it that were written before the Catholics took over Spain. And it was like, you know, it wasn't perfect, but people were getting along better. They weren't just like murdering there was some peace between the religions before the Catholics took over.
But what I respect about
Judaism
Judaism is that if you read the Torah and you come away with a different take than your rabbi did, you're expected to go and debate the rabbi on it and defend your position.
You mean you're supposed to be able to come up with your own decisions and conclusions? And
well, you're even supposed to be allowed to question the leader.
But that's healthy religion, if there's such a thing. Maybe
no,
that's
there's
the
not.
Reason why Jews were hated. I know that Judaism has some ugly.
It's just a lesser of the many evils. It's not good. Yeah.
Yeah. I have thought about the idea of, just trolling religious people just to see if I could get some money off of them.
I'd love to help and do a fake Christian channel properly.
Well, what we have
point where. Sorry.
What we have to do if we want to do that is we have to come up with a doctrine, and it's got to be written down, and it's got to be more than a page or 2 or 3 or 10 or 100.
Yeah, you have to have a website with it.
Yeah, it's got to it's got to be our Bible, so to speak, and it just has to have some depth and meaning. Whether or not it's true, who cares? But you still have to have it so that you can show it.
Like Beck was saying, if you want to make it all pro LGBTQ, you just go to the New Testament and, where Jesus says to, love your fellow man and, treat him as a brother.
No, I got one better than that, Purple. Matthew 5:29-30.
Okay, I can't remember any specific verses off the top of my head.
It says, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and continue talking, and I'll bring it up.
I was just going to say that you could explain away the anti-LGBT thing by basically there were ancient cults back in the day with cult prostitutes, and the behavior of male on male or female on female was associated with, you got a male god and you got male worshipers, rather, the whole thing being connected to the cult prostitutes rather than hating people because they have inclinations that they didn't choose, because like hating people for something that they got no control over, that's shit. But that's actually where the bend came from. It wasn't hating people for the sake of it. Had to do more with other gods than it did with I hope I didn't shove my foot too far in my mouth.
No, you're fine. Okay, so I will read it out for people like Jenny who have small screens or people on phones. It says, and this is through Bible Gateway. It's Matthew 5:29 through 30, NIV. If your right eye, and by the way, I looked it up, KJV and a couple other whatever, it all says the same thing. If your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. So, with that being said, what it is saying, if you take all of them and read them, they're all saying that if it's causing you to sin, right? So if having the wrong body parts is causing people to commit suicide, that is a sin. God does want you to cut it off. Suck my Lacatrans dick. That's all I got
Big
to say
book of
about
multiple
that, folks.
choice.
It says it right in the fucking Bible, but they ignore it every day.
Everybody
Somebody
just
actually
needs to
brought it up.
memorize
a lot of things.
You just need to memorize it. Matthew 5, 29, 29 and 30, and repeat that when people say, "Oh, it's an abomination." Just say, "Well, here you go, folks."
I said something to Stephanie about it, and she said, "I've known about that for years," and I'm like, "Why aren't we using it?" I guess she's gone down that path before and it didn't go anywhere.
When they were going to stone Mary Magdalene, Jesus said, "Go and sin no more." And what the fuck are you trying to stone her? Don't you have sin?
How about
the part of starting a new Christian faith, though? You've got 4 gospels to choose from. They all tell the stories differently. So you just pick which one you're going to base it on.
No,
and you just stick to that one.
That's the mistake you're all making. Is you're right. Doing this path that people are talking about, you are just creating another branch of Christianity. The idea is to be something completely separate from Christianity, and not take the Bible as what is being said and we have to deal with, but what the people behave as.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that.
That's the issue. I don't care what the Bible fucking says. It's how the people behave that is going to kill us.
Yeah, but you've got to base it on Bible verses to start with to get their attention.
No, you don't.
you don't. Had Immanuel Kant that I'd rather hang out with him than all these religious nutter butters who want to kill everyone. Treat others the way you would want to be treated.
You could call that's an idea. You could call it the Church of the Golden Rule.
Yeah, as far as Robert's thing about Jesus wearing a dress, I just threw a link in the side chat for a song there called Jesus Was a Capricorn.
Jesus was a Capricorn.
Yeah.
Basically,
the main theme of the song is that if he showed up today, they'd nail him up again.
Oh, they most certainly would. And it would be the people who run the mega churches, they do it.
Your God got nailed up on pieces of wood. My God, Thor, has a hammer.
I always like that one.
Yeah, Al. I've always had a problem with that. They act so religious, but yet, somebody paints the cover for a movie. And all of a sudden, Cinderella's castle looks like a dick. Like everything looks like a dick to them. It's fucking ridiculous. I have never this job I have right now. I work around a bunch of fucking straight dudes who talk shit all day, and they don't say anything as horrible as what Christians say, and they don't obsess about their own penises as much as Christians obsess about their penises.
Well, and
it's
Al,
ridiculous.
It isn't just non-heterosexual couples. Because the Bible says that if you have lusted after a woman in your heart, you've committed adultery. So it's even a matter of just finding anyone else attractive is a sin.
See, now you don't have to bring that in at all. You just quote Jimmy Carter, who said almost the exact same phraseology. Make Jimmy Carter the star, not the Bible.
Okay, I can work with Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, he actually is. He actually helps people.
He's a decent person.
He actually is.
He
actually
does behaves like Christians say people should behave.
Yes, he goes out and he helps, like with those Habitat for Humanity kind of shit.
He's building houses for poor people.
He does, yeah. He does fundraising to help disabled veterans. He goes and does functions for them. Like, he is actually a good guy. He was a horrible president because he didn't do a fucking thing. But he is actually a good person. He's one of the few presidents I can say since I've been alive that is actually a good person.
Yeah,
and probably won't be around in 6 months.
Yeah,
no, he's almost dead. I know.
I'm with you 100% there. That's what I've always said. That as a president, he was completely ineffective, but I respect everything he's done since then.
Yes, Spooky. Penises everywhere. Hello,
You know, I
Spooky. How
think-
you doing, buddy?
I think this obsession that they're having, it's just within the last 50 years, or it could just be an American thing because Europeans are a lot more laid back, and it has to do with racism because the natives, when the Europeans came here, they weren't covered up as much. So because of the racism, there became hypersensitivity to showing skin and sex because Europeans are not as like,
Well, yeah.
no, it's not like dealing with children.
A lot of it's because early on, the biggest cities were founded by the Puritans. You know, a
Hey,
lot
Jenny.
of it's that Puritan ethic that we're still stuck with.
And
Hey,
they
Jenny.
were such prudes that they banned joyful celebrations on, they canceled Christmas.
Yeah,
'Cause-
they banned Christmas for quite a while. I forget how many years it was.
Jenny, can you address this for me? Because Carrie Ann Chrysler said desire is only a bad thing when denied. And then she said, or overindulged, but I'm not as familiar with that one. And I think Jenny is the epitome of the lack of overindulgence. So if you want to talk shit, you talk to her first, and then you'll feel better about your life. Because how long's your dry spell been that you joke around about, Jenny? Nothing.
Yeah. Well,
that's usually an opportunity for a good joke.
In my
I'm very
30s and
disappointed.
40s, I tried as hard as I could to overindulge, but I couldn't find enough people.
I don't even know what overindulge means. I know what barely get it randomly every few years means.
I was in 2 swingers clubs and went to a bunch of kink parties and all that kind of stuff.
Well, let me put it this way. When I lived on the East Coast and identified as a lesbian, I had no issues. I got pussy everywhere. And from people who said they weren't gay also. Yep. So, which was good because I'm not getting any more for the rest of my life, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know if I'll get any again either.
Look, I have kidney issues. They're not going to want to do surgery on me, perps. I'm stuck like this. Because anything you do to the body strains on the kidneys.
Well, yeah, I've been following
that's why
Diana
I was
very
mourning so
closely
much
for the last several years.
Yeah, that's why I've been mourning so much for the last few hours when it hit me, because it just basically, I don't know what the point of going on is. Why? So I can be suffering like Diana in a few years? That sounds just so much fun.
It's, it's a personal question of when you think the suffering is too much, but as long as you can still be continuing to do some things you enjoy, I think it's worth you keep going.
I don't have enough money to do anything I enjoy.
I've never had enough money to do anything I enjoy. I still find things.
Yeah, that's why I play video games and sit here and smoke pot, because that's all I have. I appreciate that, Carrie, but when someone sees this on top, they expect something else underneath. Like 99.5% of the time.
Yeah, Carrie, I haven't been with anyone since my late fiance died in 2014.
But I love you and appreciate you for that. No, I see what happens to me is now I recently before I start transitioning, because now that'll never happen again, would be the couple of years of nothing, and then like 1 or 2 months of a lot of sex, and then like 2 more years of nothing.
Yeah.
That's my life.
I have to step away for a bit.
Okay.
I'm just going to say something about the ending of one's life. I went to the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally to try to egg Nazis into killing me. I went there trying to seek death, and I actually did not find it. And then I wound up having experiences later in life that I'm glad the Nazis failed to kill me.
Touche.
Yeah,
exactly, Robert. I don't have that either. I don't have the wallet, and I don't have the package to go with the wallet. So I don't have the wallet, and I don't have the prison wallet. So no, I'm screwed. You're right. That's the only way to get women was with money. Shit, you would not have that issue with me. Every woman's comfortable with me. Like literally, every woman I've ever been with, by the time we have slept together, by the second time, they always say, as they curl up with me, I feel so safe with you. And then they leave me. I don't know. Oh yeah, Ox. Yeah, Ox has it almost as bad as we do because he's been. How long you been married now, Ox? Like fucking 20 some odd years or some shit. Yeah, I know you don't get laid anymore, buddy. Al goes, I'm married too. Sorry, Al. Hey, but you are a trucker. You can stop at the rest areas in the United States, and there's always gay men willing to give you a blowjob for about $40 to $60. You just pull up in the rest area at night and blink your lights. They'll come right over. It's a nationwide thing here. I'm not kidding. It's really a thing. One of the male truck drivers told me about it. Oh, you just wait, baby. It's not going to tickle any thighs, but it's going to look really good on my face. It's starting to thicken up. And I'm not trimming it now. I'm just going to let it go for a while because I don't fucking care. 32. Oh, I had it backwards. I thought it was like 23 years. 32 years in February, Ox. And Dave says 34 years, we still mess around. Good for you, buddy. God,
Hey,
Angie had good parents. I don't like you, Dave. No, I'm
Okay,
kidding.
just so you know.
Wait. Mage, Jenny was trying to say something. Go ahead. Jenny.
Forget it. Go on.
No, I'm not. Speak your mind, woman.
No.
Fine, and we're just all going to sit here till Jenny speaks. Never mind, I'm kidding.
Salience matters, okay? When a moment's gone, a moment's gone.
Okay, touche. Go ahead, Mage. I'm sorry.
Well, seeing as you were just talking about sex, and you started talking about your whiskers there, or about how it looks good on your face, I ended up putting the two together.
Yeah, Carrie, you and I would not get along because I can stay down there for like 2 hours. That is my favorite thing in the whole world. It's my favorite part of sex. I would just stay down there until she fucking kicks me in the face and can't take it anymore. And yes, I've had that happen. It was an accident, but I tried to go for like round 5 and she wasn't having it. She accidentally kicked me in the face. Well, in the fourth.
Well,
it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that's me too. Actually, one of my fantasies has always been to keep her coming until she passes out.
Bye, Robert. Sleep well. It was great seeing you, and I appreciate you stopping by. Go ahead, Purple. I'm sorry. Finish that.
No, I was just saying that one of my secret fantasies has always been to keep a woman coming until she passes out.
I've never had that happen, but I do have a pretty good time record.
Yeah, I've never had it happen
oh my
either,
God.
but
yeah. I've never, I've had them like you try again and they jerk and hit you, and that's how I got kicked in the head.
Yeah.
Well,
I would pass out just if you asked me. Jeez.
Very fun scientific.
I'm sorry. I really
fact.
like black women. I know that's maybe horrible for you guys, but I like dark tan, dark eyes, dark hair, sometimes with kind of a big nose. I don't know why. I swear I'm like, I should have stayed in Italy. Like, I like woman that's tanned. I don't like them too white. The only reason I could stand being with Heather like that and fall in love with her is because she had it like a natural tan, So it was great, I don't like pasty white anything. Sorry, even though I am.
There's a very fun scientific fact. despite what ignorant people say,
Liar.
they've done brain scans of men and women during the act. And they found that the pleasure centers in women are far more active than in men during the act. So people who say women don't derive pleasure are full of shit, number one. And evolutionarily, it benefited to have the one with the stronger frame more aware of the surroundings than, for like the tiger pouncing on you or whatever.
Yeah, being
But
interrupted
that's
in
just
the
a
middle.
that's just a fun fact.
Sumami, in my current record right now, 15 minutes is plenty. Like 5 times in 15 minutes. Yep. So that's fine. We can do 15 minutes, and then we'll go smoke a cigarette. I'm cool with that. You don't even have to touch me. I just get off on that shit. Literally.
Yeah, I find for most people 15, 20 minutes is about all they can take without a break.
Yeah, because they get so fucking sensitive. I've literally had women crab walk backwards away from me up the bed.
Yeah.
And start going up the headboard. Like, no more. Yeah. Like laughing, giggling, still convulsing, but no more.
Not really having the strength to push you off, but not able to take it anymore.
Look. Ain't nobody forgetting about Maya Adkison, so shut the fuck up, Weasel. We all know there's some fucking hot-ass black women in our community. Jenna, Cynthia.
Yep.
I could probably keep going for a while there.
I kind of get what you say about black women because, what was that, Ken?
No, I think she just bumped her mic. Oh. Go ahead.
I kind of liked it was sort of the artistic contrast between me being so pale and being with someone who's very dark skinned. That did add something to it. That was an extra level.
Yeah.
I'm not exclusive about that. I like all types, but.
And I'm not trying to put down anybody of any race by saying this because I think women of anything BIPOC, Native women, Spanish women, I think they're fucking beautiful. They look so exotic to me, like not in like that sexual way though, more in like a classy, spicy lady way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not about the sex thing. It's how they carry themselves and how they take care of themselves, and it's all of it. But it's also, I don't know how to explain it. They just, I don't know.
That's to me the main thing is nothing physical. It's got a lot more to do with attitude. Like you say, it's how they carry themselves.
Yeah, it's huge for me. It's huge. I see these beautiful Indian women, no, not natives, Indian women on TV, and I'm just drooling over them. And my ex that I fell in love, my first love of my life, who I'm friends with, kind of. We don't talk very much, but she is Scandinavian and something else, and she's Indian. And I kept saying to her, "You have to be Indian, Jen." She was like, "I don't know. My dad was adopted. We don't know what our background is." So finally, years later, the DNA test started coming out available for home. And he took one while Jen and I were like, after Jen and I broke up, he finally took one. And so she told me a couple years later, "Oh yeah, you were right. I'm like 1/3 Indian." And I was like, "No shit." She's like, "Yeah." So, so she was just, I mean, just sexy, classy, didn't take any shit. She always when she walked out the door, she took care of herself. And personally, if you want to be a bum together, we can be a bum together. I'm cool with that. But I'm not going to walk out the door looking like shit. And I don't expect the person with me to be that person either. I have self-respect. And people that do that either don't give a fuck or they don't give a fuck about themselves. Either way, I'm not interested.
I did that for most of my life because I didn't want people to look at me. That was how I dealt with my dysphoria.
Oh, Sumami, I missed something. It's no different from white people. What do you mean? I mean, yes, most of it isn't. I just like a woman with tan skin on top of it. I just think it makes them look more classy. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. But I'm not sure what you meant there.
At the end of when I was living in New York, at our clinic, we got a new GP who was a Pakistani woman. And yeah, I was
sexy.
I started contemplating self-harm to have excuses to go back to the clinic.
No, Purple, don't do that. I have met look, let me tell you, the doctor I have right now, like I know she might be gay or bisexual, but I'm pretty sure she's at the most bisexual.
Yeah, well,
and
I started
she's
thinking,
Indian, and she is like fresh out. She's like 33. She looks 27, so I'm going to say she's probably 33, 34 because she just looks like she's aging well. But she's brilliant, and she's beautiful. And I walk in there, and I'm like, hi, doc. The first time she walks in, and she sat down, and she was like moving fast and doing shit.
Yeah.
I thought she was a nurse. And then she was like, okay, so I'm Dr. Devaraj. And so blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you're amazing. Like, I have a crush on my doctor, literally. I'm pretty sure she's married because no woman like that's going to go unmarried. Somebody's going to snatch that shit up.
Yeah, I started thinking about things like, well, if I stab myself and go in and say it's a work accident, at least I've got a conversation opener with her.
Just wait till an accident happens and then go after the love of your life. Or here's a crazy idea. This is something I've never tried. I've decided I'm going to try to do this, right? I'm going to go into a bar and I'm going to take a couple little slips of paper with me. Like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 of them. I'll probably need 10 to make this work. And I'm just going to write my first name and my phone number on it and just walk up and go, here you go. Have a nice night. And just walk away and put it in the woman's hands. See what she says. And if it doesn't get me laid or dated or anything, then oh well. But what I've done in the past, sitting over and staring at them, it hasn't worked so far. My point is, be aggressive. Life is too fucking short.
Actually, I did that
There's
once.
a little girl down at Dollar Tree that's like about 34 years old, and I'm pretty sure she doesn't have kids. And she keeps flirting with me. So tomorrow, I'm going to go over there and fucking give her my number and be like, here, just fuck it. Who cares if she rejects me? I already feel rejected. What? It can't get any worse.
Oh, it can get a lot
Beck,
worse.
definitely try it. No,
you don't
no.
even know.
I
Yes, I
did that
do.
once. When I was living in St. Paul, I was crushing on the cashier that worked in this one store I went to every week.
Mm-hmm.
So finally I did that. I just, on the back of an old business card, I just put my name and my phone number, and, I slipped it to her when I was giving her the money. She actually called me a couple days later. So we had some fun. It didn't last too long, but we had some fun together.
Well, here's the thing. This is how I know she's into me, right? And she's Hispanic too. And so she's like, oh, she's got a cute little face. Anyways, she's kind of chubby, but I don't care about that. I only go by there like once a month. And when she's working there and I go by, so I see her once a month to once every 2 months. She comes to the door. She'll like stand in front of the door and go, no, you can't come in. And just joke around with me and shit. And then she'll go, oh, I'm just kidding. Come on. And she holds the door for me and grins at me. And I'm like, I was going to say, what did I do to you? So we were like joking around in the store. And I walk up front and she's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, sir. I can't ring you up. And I looked over at the manager and I said, you see the abuse I get in this store? And the manager and her are just laughing. I'm keeping a totally straight face and with a little like cocky grin once in a while, and I'm like, man, like that escalated quickly. You didn't want to let me in the store and now you can't ring me up. And she's like cracking up and it was fun. So, yeah, I don't really know how old she is, but I hope she's closer to 40 than 20. Because see, the problem is everybody here, I don't know if they're not used to white people or because most of the white people are old here. They all think I'm like 38 to 42, like everybody here. So I'm not that young. So if I hit on somebody and they think I'm like 40, I'm like, oh no, bitch, I'm like 52. Like,
well, the other thing, Beck, the other thing to consider is that You know, people who have lived in the desert their whole life, their skin usually doesn't look nearly as good as yours.
You know, that's a good point, too. You're absolutely right. They get those leathery, stuck-in-place wrinkles that never go down. You're right.
Yeah, so they probably think you're a lot younger just because you still have smooth skin.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I'm getting my eye and my angry wrinkles because I've spent most of my life. Actually, they're not my angry wrinkles. They're my thinking wrinkles. Every time I'm thinking, I do this. So, no, Maya, I would never cheat on you, baby. You just need to give me your address, and I will never speak to another woman again. And the fucked up thing is, I'm not kidding. Because I know you're fucking amazing. And if I had a chance in hell with you, I would fucking I have enough money. I would be parking my goddamn house, my tiny home next to your house in Maryland. And I don't know, give me 48 hours. I could be there. You just let me know when you're desperate enough. I'm game.
I'm very shallow with men. Because with men, I don't expect a relationship. It's only for the sex.
Yeah.
You know, with women, I'm a lot more, concerned with the personality and because there's more of a chance of an emotional connection. I've had sex with a lot of men. There's only been 2 or 3 that I ever thought anything emotional could have happened with.
Peace, Hemp. How are you? Help end mankind's pettiness. Please, come on, y'all. And happy 420 to you. Does
It's
what
a bit
approach
of a long
work?
name, but
well, that they gave you the whole word name, but it's just hemp. We'll go with hemp. Does that approach work? Which way? I'm confused. I lost track. Is 14 people a lot for what? Oh, for swingers club? It just depends on who you're hanging out with. It can be 4 or 5, and it can be 20.
What? Who's saying about 14 people? I didn't see that.
Mommy asked, "Is 14 people a lot?"
Well, 14 people is my record for one night.
It's a lot.
Yes, that's a lot for actually having sex with 14 people. Yes, it's a lot.
Jeez, I haven't
even
had
for
that
swingers.
many people in my life.
Well, that was at a gay party. They were all men.
Yeah,
I have forehead lines from raising my eyebrows at stupid shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mage.
Yeah, I don't think I've had that many people in my life either.
Yeah, I've told you I've been a real slut, especially in my 30s and 40s. I mean, once the internet was available, I just had a way to find it easier.
You're right.
And I haven't had much luck in the whole dating scene anyway. So
if you can't appreciate this, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I have no shame anymore. I told you I'm done. I'm done being shameful. I'm done fucking worrying about what other people even slightly think. I mean, I pretty much gave a shit. Stopped giving a shit a long time ago about that, but I'm fully don't give a shit. Life's too short. Fuck it. Say what you mean what you say.
Yeah, sorry, Tsunami, but my apartment's way too small for hosting a party.
She meant all together, not in one day. You don't know Purple.
I kind of thought
Sumami, this is Purple.
Yeah.
Purple was a swinger pretty much their entire life. From when did you start swinging? Weren't you 19 or something?
No, it actually, I didn't really get into it until I was in my early 30s.
That's right.
Because it wasn't until everybody had computers that I found, ways to find people, ways to connect.
Yeah, I don't know. Purple, there's always been something about you. Everybody just is attracted to you and likes you.
Well, I do well on the computer. I don't do well in person.
I'm pretty much exactly the same in person as I am right now.
Well,
this is just me.
I don't think I'm any different, but just, I know the body language is a big part of it.
Beck,
that my body language isn't normal. It throws people off when they try to read me.
But for later,
I don't even want one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For later, I sent you a little music thing from YouTube for you to check out. I think you'll appreciate it.
Okay, buddy. I'll check it out. Thank you. Sorry, does
Roman.
the approach of I will never talk to another woman if you give me the time of day work? I'm very aware you're joking, Beck, but I'm just clarifying what my last message meant. Oh, okay. No, no, actually, if you say that as a guy, it's going to freak the woman out because they're going to realize you're desperate too, and they don't want a desperate person. A desperate person doesn't want a desperate person. They want the one they can't get. Well, never mind. That's everybody. Bye, Mark. Thank you for stopping by. Love you, brother. Peace. Take care.
Okay. May I don't know if it would work for you, but yeah, I only got the 14 people because it was about 30 gay guys getting drunk in one house that night. So,
alcohol will help.
Well, men are easy to begin with. It's like women think, a lot of women think that they've got to be all made up and everything to turn a guy on. No. To turn a guy on, all a woman generally has to do is show up. Guys are generally ready for it anytime.
Testosterone does that to you for real. It's not a joke, people. It really makes you like a horny mother. I should have known I didn't take my shot for 2 weeks because I wasn't really fucking horny. I wasn't like jerking off every night. So I should have known I wasn't taking it.
Yeah.
I don't know why it didn't dawn on me till the hot flashes started.
And that's I find since I've been on the testosterone blockers, I get what they were saying, that it'll kill your sex drive. And yeah, it really has mellowed mine down quite a lot from what I was. Mine was just so, ridiculously high to start with that I'm probably more in the average zone now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you did. I know a lot of your stories. You've always had a high libido. For sure.
I was pretty much ready to take anyone who was willing.
Man, I'm emotionally exhausted. By the way, Maya, if you would like to come in, you and Weasel are always welcome. Weasel actually already has a link, and he is free to share it with you. But the economy sucks. I guess you felt you need to. What? Wow.
We have an impromptu tug of war here.
Stephanie said, I'm generally horny, but also 70.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm facing.
Okay. Well, bye, Hemp. I'm glad you stopped by and come by anytime. Just, try to write things in one sentence because when you're writing it separate like that, I'm confused as to what you're saying. So if you could put it, not one sentence, if you could put it in one comment so I understand, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, be safe. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Like and subscribe.
I gotta start looking for someone before I lose my ability to look 10 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
I think we're always going to look 10 years younger than what we look like if we look like that now, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
you may feel like you're aging, but you're still going to look a little younger. I'm sorry, Purple.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm 59 now, and yeah, you see that a lot, that they think anybody over 50 isn't supposed to have a sex drive anymore.
What your dating life will be like in 10 years. But Stephanie's 70 and you are nowhere near 60. So, if you got together with me, your life would be great. I would bring you wine on demand. Because yes, I'm that nice. I'm 36 and I'm retiring from sex. I'm good. I just don't want the bullshit that comes with it. I want the sex. I want sex. I would love to make love to a woman. But I'm not going to deal with the bullshit, the craziness, them breaking my heart and they don't care. And they just, I already more in the relationship. I just didn't tell you. Well, thanks. Thanks for informing me of that, Heather. I mean, no, that wasn't a slip.
Yeah, at this point, I don't really know if I could have a relationship with someone. But the ideal thing right now, I think, would be to have somebody who would come over a couple times a week to watch a movie and have sex and then go home.
Yeah, right. No, that's what I would literally like. My ideal person is this. Okay, check this out. Doesn't demand sex all the time. Just lets it happen naturally. I can live next to them in my tiny home, or we can sleep together. And if we get sick of each other, I can go sleep in my tiny home. I'm okay with that too. I think everybody needs their own space, and I specifically need my own space. So when I get in a relationship and I start feeling trapped in their environment, because that's how it always happens, because I don't date people that are as a low of status as me and don't own a fucking home. I mean, I do now, but at the time I didn't. So I always end up in their space. So what happens? I have nothing there and everything's theirs. And then I feel like I don't have my own place to go to. Everything's theirs. The bedroom's theirs. The bathroom's theirs. Everything's theirs. So that's what I need in a relationship. I need to have my own space. And if I have that, I'm a fucking amazing ass boyfriend. Like,
all right,
I'm telling you better than anybody.
It's time for me to head out.
Okay, you gotta go take care of the chickens.
Yep. So see you guys.
Bye, Mage. Thanks a lot for coming
Mage.
by. I appreciate you, buddy. I don't know why they're so stuck on their fucking brick and mortar homes, Sumami. I have no idea. But they won't give them up. They won't do anything. I need to find a tiny home woman that will just park next to me, and I'll just build a walkway between our doors so we don't have to like go down and up, and a little awning, and we'll be fucking happy as shit. That's what I want. I want somebody who wants their own space too.
Yeah,
I'm also very picky.
I would have a problem if anybody started moving anything in my space. Because it's like it looks like I just have piles of clutter all over the place. But I know which pile everything's in as long as nobody tries to move it. If somebody comes in, especially if they decide they're going to try to organize things, it's going to fuck me over.
Yeah. Sumami, can I just say one thing? That person may have been a soulmate to you, but they weren't a soulmate to you. You weren't a soulmate to them if they did that to you.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but that was a one-way love. Because no one that really cares about you would reject you because you rent an apartment. That's a piece of shit asshole.
Yeah, if they're basing it on your
That pisses
possessions
me
or your
off.
social status.
See, Purple and Jenny, see how Sumami is? Like, she is bitter. She's done 36 years old because men fucking treat her so bad. They make me look like shit, and it pisses me off because I have white skin and I'm a fucking dude. So they make me look like crap. I'm automatically lumped in with them.
Maya's got the right response. When people ask why I don't own a home, I ask why they don't buy me a home.
Yeah, there you go. If you want me to have a home so bad, buy me one, motherfucker. Ooh, what are you barbecuing now? Not that I could eat a damn bit of it because I know it's meat, but tell me anyway so I suffer a little bit. Why not? I figure after a while my kidney goes too far downhill. I'm just going to fucking eat steak every day and let it happen.
So, are you stuck with no meat at all is what you've got to be on now?
Oh, yeah, for the rest of my life.
Oh.
I am forced vegan forever and ever. As long as I want to live. I could go back to eating meat and kill myself slowly.
Does it have to be vegan or just vegetarian? Can you deal with dairy products and eggs?
Vegan.
Okay.
I have goat cheese that someone gave me, a big fucking good, expensive, organic, good shit, no crap, fucking goat cheese. And I take just a little bit of it, I crumble a little bit off, and I put it in with my veggies just to give it a little bit of flavor.
Yeah.
And I told her that, I said, well, in the last, what's it been, 3.5 months now since I've been forced vegan, that I've had about 5 to 6 cups of dairy total and no meat, no anything else. And she was like, oh my God, that's amazing. And I said, well, I'd like to live, doc. But she never said to me that I had chronic kidney disease because I went and saw her on last Thursday. A couple days ago, Thursday. And then I went and no, I'm sorry. Yeah, week ago Thursday. I went and saw her, and some reason the blood work order didn't go through, or they deleted it, or something happened. I think they fucked it up at the lab. But anyways, so after the appointment, I went and got my blood work done, and that was the last blood work. That was the deciding factor. So when I looked over my after visit summary and everything she wrote in there and read all her notes, I saw underneath of it a diagnosis of CKD3A. So here I am.
Yeah.
Looking at Diana and going, oh, that's going to be me in about 5 years.
Yeah. Well,
that's fun. I mean, I already felt bad for her. Now I'm just like, fuck, I'm just following in her footsteps now.
I don't know. I've known Diana for close to 5 years at this point.
Yeah, I've known her for 3.5. I hate seeing her like that, and I hate that it's going to happen to me too. I'm just being honest.
Yeah,
it sucks.
Well, I think right now Diana's problem is more her depression than her kidneys.
I know that's a huge part of it.
I think she could greatly benefit from a therapist if she could find one, but
I would love for. I think everybody should have a therapist. I don't care whether you have.
I think everybody should see a therapist at least a couple times a year.
Yeah, at the very even if it's like quarterly, every 3 months you check in.
Yeah, you know, just like you have regular physicals, you should have a regular mental health checkup.
That's a good idea, Purple. I like that. Sure, Steph. Hey, Weasel, can you just give her that link? I just have no strength in me right now. Could you send Stephanie that link I sent you, please? I'd appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, he said he already did.
Oh. Thank you, Weasel. Although, you know, what if it was somebody I didn't want in here? Can you not give people's links until I tell you? I mean, Stephanie's okay, but what if it was somebody I didn't want in here? Maybe I'm just sick of somebody for the day. I'm kidding. I love all you guys. Even in people that I irritate and who irritate me. It's going to happen.
He's still got the perfect merching product.
Huh? What?
We have to find some. We have to find some place that makes the gummy bears, and make them in the shape of weasels that taste like tapioca.
I'd fucking eat tapioca weasel. Well, I don't know gummy though. Can we make them more like a nougat?
Yeah, we lace them with THC. You'll eat them anyway.
Touche. No, but see, I do the THC, then I do the munchies. I don't get the munchies before to eat the gummies. I'm not a big gummy person. Just they're okay, but I have OCD shit, and one of them's that shit sticking in my teeth. Like, I love celery, but I can't fucking eat it because no matter how much you pull off the big strings, there's still those little strings that get stuck in your fucking teeth. I don't eat sesame seed buns either. So if I go to like McDonald's and they give me a sesame seed bun, I pull the layer off that has the brown layer that has the sesame seed stuck to it, and then I eat it because I can't stand having them stuck in my teeth. Also why I prefer women that are very trimmed. Hint, hint for anybody. Just floss after. I don't want to floss during. No, it's just I broke my teeth, long story, but I have gaps in my teeth. So things that get stuck in normal people's teeth, like cut into my gums, and I have to like pull it out while I'm eating. It's not fun, but it's also a lot less of an issue now that I don't eat meat. So what about tapioca that tastes like a weasel? I think you went the wrong direction for humans. Now, if you want to feed, like, I don't know, lions that or something, that might be good.
It would
How about a weasel that tastes like tapioca?
Yep.
Yeah, what about a weasel that tastes like tapioca?
Hey, Steph.
Hey.
The only pudding I want to taste. You should have left that G off, Al, and just put one of them little nick marks at the top right there, because then it'd be the only pudding I want to taste is chocolate and my wife's. You got to say pudding. Hi, Steph. How are you?
I'm tired. I'm sore.
You have a good race?
Yeah.
Never heard of it, Sumami. If you want to throw a link in the chat for everybody, that's fine. Oh.
Several good races. Well, the last two were really good because we won them both. That's how we won the regatta. I am really happy.
We needed
Really
Ember in here to queue up, Hail the Conquering Hero.
Really happy. Really happy.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you had a good weekend of it.
Yeah. It was very hard. It came down to today. We needed all the races in order to win, and we did. And but it was 3 races today, 5 yesterday, and I am very tired.
Yeah, but your team cheated.
We have a winner.
Stephanie, your team cheated. You have a trans person on your team.
Mm.
Yep.
It's true. It's true.
Jenny, I love you. How did this happen again? How did we end up with a bunch of freaking trans people up here again? I guess the cis people just can't hang. Cis people can't hang. They all leave. They just can't hang.
Let's see, because I'm a year younger than Stephanie and I have absolutely nothing to do in life. Maybe that's why I'm here. Hey.
Commander 401. I did not mean. I was saying earlier, if anybody knew anybody rich,
only one of us is bare chested. So
yeah. Okay, so I said
there's that.
While Commander 401 was up here, I said if anybody knows anybody rich, give them my Patreon because I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm inevitably gonna die. Wait,
Beck, why don't you give Kyle a link?
Oh, I didn't send you one, buddy. I'm sorry. Anyways, let me finish this real quick because it's important. So I said, if you know anybody that's rich, send them my Patreon and have them adopt me or something. Commander, send me money. So thank you when you watch this later, Commander 401.
Yeah.
And Greg, apparently too. Wow, you guys are too sweet. Don't do that. I don't want you guys spending your money on me. Find somebody who has way too much of it.
Well, Skits Crasher sends me a bit of money on
Thank
PayPal at the beginning of every month.
Oh, Skits is great. Skits has you and Slim's back like every fucking month.
Yeah, Skits is my biggest contributor.
Yeah.
He's also bought some really good toys for our cats. Skits was here earlier. I don't know if he's still with us or not.
He pops in and out. It's hard to tell. If someone else is streaming like Slim or somebody else, he might be popping in and out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, I don't want you guys to send me money. Don't do it.
Yeah, I can't help anybody right now. I'm going to have to start a GoFundMe to pay for the repairs on my van.
I know.
Yeah, man. That sucks.
I know.
Get the deers off the road.
I'm just losing job 69, so I don't think 77, the number 70 is going to be any luckier of a number for me.
Yeah, that's my van is coming together, but right now my brother's been buying all the parts on credit. I've got to pay him back for all of it.
Yeah.
Well,
so
my next mission
looking around $5,000 for the whole project.
Jesus Christ!
Fuck perps! God damn it! It's almost what you paid for.
The local body shop gave me a quote of $9,000, so he's still doing it for almost half the price.
Yeah.
Have you guys considered looking in junkyards for pullets? Does he check there?
That's where he's been getting the parts from. Mm-hmm. Actually,
that's what I do.
Yeah, well, where he lives, his late wife's cousin owns one of the junkyards, so he's been getting the the family and friends price on the parts from the junkyard. Even
that's handy.
Yeah.
Still, I'm so sorry. That sucks.
And it is just a lucky thing for me that something like 80% of those vans that were made were all the same color, so the parts so far all match.
Ah, brilliant. Oh, man.
Oh, well, anyways, congratulations, Steph. Good job. I
Thank
see
you.
you're
Thank
absolutely
you.
exhausted, so I know you worked your ass off for it. So I'm happy for you. If you're happy, I'm happy.
It's it's you'd be surprised how much goes into racing a sailboat. It's like
Yeah, I would have no reference.
there
point for
isn't
that
a
at all.
single part of my body that doesn't hurt right now. I am so
I bet.
sore.
I bet.
I've seen bits of it in movies. That's
two
the
days
only,
of 2 days of sailing, and it wasn't very windy. It was like when it's windy, it's even worse. But oh my god, this was a tough weekend. This is a tough week. I'm just thankful I can still do it. You know, it's just one of those
Hell
things.
yeah.
It's one of the chillins aboard our boat is going, you seem unstable. It's like I kind of did a misstep at one point. You seem unstable. It's like I sort of bristled a little bit and got in it. Fuck you. And then we got hit by waves. We got hit by a set of waves, and I'm sitting there. I'm flying the spinnaker downwind, and it's standing up on the top of the top of the boat, and the wave hit
On the rail? Or in the
wave
center?
hits. I'm just standing up, on the
Okay.
on the port side of the boat, on the the leeward side of the boat. No, it's the weather side of the boat at the time, because we were on Port Jive, and the waves hit. It's ka-chung, 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 and I didn't move. I just sort of didn't move a muscle, except it's flying the spinnaker, and I look back and I was like, if I didn't fall down during that bullshit, then shut the fuck up about my being unstable, you little twerp.
Right. Farron wants to know if you'll be his captain if he gets a J24.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Farron, you're going to have to move up to Maine, though, because that's where all the good sailing is up there where Steph is.
No.
Farron's down here in New Mexico with me. He's about an hour south.
There's not much sailing in New Mexico, I don't believe.
No, not really. I mean, you can go over the little edge of Texas there, and there's a little part there hits by Mexico.
Yeah.
You can go right through there.
Yeah, there's a lot of sailing. There's a lot of sailing in the middle of the country. People sailing on lakes and stuff.
Ooh, good discussion. Thank you, Al.
I could never, ever live far from the coast. I mean, I suppose one of the Great Lakes would be fine, but the ocean is.
Well,
something about it that it just sort of gives you the illusion of freedom. So.
Yeah, because there's just you go out to the middle of nothing, and it feels like you're in the middle of nowhere because you are.
Yeah.
So Al said
you can get lost out there.
Yeah. Al said I should get Stephanie to offer some insight on how I can fix my dad's old boat. I want to cover the floors. He wants to redo the floors.
Cover the floors? What do you mean?
I guess they're fucked up. Shouldn't he just replace them?
Well, DM me or something. I'm around. I can be found. All
Al,
my contact info is on my channel.
Yeah, I was gonna say Steph's on like Discord and Twitter and everywhere. So if you want to go to her channel, and get that info
happy to talk to you. I don't know
if one of my mods would like to do it. I don't even know if I have a mod here right now. Oh, Spooky, you should be a mod.
Spooky's a mod.
Okay, that's what I thought. Spooky, help me out, brother. I don't have the strength.
Oh, come on now. You
I
don't
just have
the
no.
strength? What are you talking about?
I don't have any energy right now. I'm having issues. I'm having issues, and I have no spoons.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
man. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Al was
It's
saying
life,
that he's
it's the
got
way it
marine
is.
grade plywood, and he wants to cover the bare plywood that he's replacing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you're asking. You have new floor down. What do you put on the?
Yeah,
what do you put
he's
on
got
top
the
of that to
plywood
create a good
subfloor.
deck? Is what he's
Yep.
asking. Yeah.
He's got the plywood subfloor. What's used for a decking material?
What kind of boat is it?
He said it's an old fishing boat.
Well, I mean, you can do any number of things. You could, if it's marine grade plywood, that's fine. Then you can, like the cabin sole on the J24 is marine grade. Oh my God, my head's
Marine grade
is marine
plywood?
grade plywood, and it's just covered with epoxy. Tinted epoxy. To seal it up. It's not. It's nothing special.
I've done that for exterior uses of basically equal parts epoxy and paint.
Yeah.
Carpet is for
like
people boats, not for sailing.
You don't want carpet on a boat. You just don't.
I've lived in 4 different states, but I've always.
It's just.
Sorry.
Anything on a boat is going to get wet, and you don't want wet carpet. Just you get mildew and all that other crap. There's no way.
Yeah, basically, Al, you want to make sure anytime you put down an epoxy, you want the floor clean, like no dust. Yes. So I would recommend like putting a tent tarp thing over top of where you're working, and vacuum it all up. Blow it out with a dry air if you can. Let it sit for like 2 hours. Go back and vacuum again. Vacuum everything, dust everything before you vacuum the floor the final time. Then put your epoxy down. Epoxy will not stick to dust. It has to have. It's got to be like for wood, and it's got to be a totally clean surface. If you do that, it is basically just rolling out fucking paint after that. You cut in your edges and everything, roll it out, and you
also
want it nice
with
and
the plywood,
thick, and it'll look really like thick and glossy, and it get it even. Let it sit.
With the plywood,
it's like West System. You can use you can use the West. You can use West System that's a great epoxy. It's hard, and if you want it to be glossy, you can use the second part gloss stuff, but it's just throw shit in there. It's just
so make sure
you do not want carpet, that's for sure.
No, you don't want carpet. That's fucking
but
stupid.
If you're going to be putting the plywood or a paint right on the, if you're going to be putting the epoxy or paint right on the plywood, you want to give it a light sanding before you start. But then, like Beck says, you've got to make sure you remove all the dust.
Yeah, because you don't want like purple's right, because you don't want pieces sticking up and all that, and it'll raise up, and when the epoxy dries on top of it, it'll be like a tack in the ground that you're going to step on.
Well, not just that, but you don't want the plywood to be too smooth. Actually, you want it to have those little, like you want it to have kind of ridges in it that are too small for you to see.
So you want to use 80 grit?
Oh no, much finer, like 220 at the most.
No, purple.
Yeah.
You're gonna seal the wood. It's not gonna adhere.
Yeah. You want
go
it
too
smooth.
fine. You're gonna seal it. You literally end up sealing up the wood, and then it just sits on top. I've done that. I've made that mistake several times, and I learned my lesson.
120 is fine. 120 is fine. 120 is fine.
Yeah,
120 is fine.
Oh, like
you don't want to go up by 200.
I've done some exterior plywood projects like that were, left out.
Yeah, but he's not priming. He's not priming. He's putting epoxy right on it. So you have to.
Okay, that's true.
To have a
without the primer, yeah.
Exactly. He's not priming it. Now, if you were priming it, yes, 220.
What you want. The key thing is you want to seal up the plywood so the plywood doesn't see water.
What about
you
the under
120?
plywood?
Oh, try that again, Jenny. Mic issue.
What
I'm sorry.
about the underside of the plywood?
You
I
want
mean,
to you want to seal both sides. You want to have
Yeah.
both sides. See, before you put down the floor, you want to have both sides coated. The whole thing wants to be epoxied so that the plywood never sees water.
Yeah, but
And all the edges.
you can use a thinner version of a sealant underneath, but you want that thick fucking epoxy up on top, like for sure. Unless you don't want it to last. And if anytime you're using plywood and you want it sealed, I recommend using wood putty and seal the ends with wood putty and then paint them as well. Because if you do not do that, it will suck it right the fuck in. You have to seal the ends on plywood.
If water gets into it, doesn't matter whether it's marine grade or not. If water gets into wood, it'll rot.
Yeah,
plywood does this.
delaminate.
When plywood gets wet because it's multi-layered and the wood swells, it all swells and it does this.
Yep. Yeah, it's delaminating. The layers are coming apart.
Exactly.
Because the water gets between the layers and expands when it heats up.
Yep, that's right. Yes, ma'am. Now we're talking something I know about. God damn it. The shit I can't do anymore. Construction work. I know about that. Well, good news is stuff. They might just approve my disability now.
Oh, that's brilliant. That doesn't sound like good news to me.
Nah, not really. The adhesives aren't good enough. I'm gonna have to change it out again. It's hollow with some foam under the plywood. Interesting.
Sounds like the record skipping. What's going on here?
I don't know.
I think that's from Jenny's mic.
Yeah, it's been acting weird.
All right, goodbye. I have nothing to say anyways, I guess.
Oh, Jenny.
No, you do.
Well, I'm not.
I
was gonna say I'm not gonna stay on much longer anyway. So,
That's just gonna say put a nickel on the tone arm. Maybe it'll hold the groove.
Yeah, that's a reference most of the audience won't get.
Right.
I know, but do I care? No, not much.
She said, "Flip the 45 totally. Don't go." But Jenny's already gone.
Yeah.
I know it's frustrating. She already had to leave twice and come back in because it was giving her fits. So
that's too bad.
I know she was. Yeah, I know. I love talking to her too. If I had money, I'd buy her equipment so she had some better shit.
If I had money, I'd buy her a house.
No doubt. If I had money, I'd buy her, fucking make her a tiny home, park it wherever the fuck she wanted for her. And then anytime she wanted to move it, I'd go move it for her. That's what I would do.
I just wanted to buy
a whole money, I'd buy me a house.
Fuck, right? No,
I just wanted to buy a whole apartment complex that everybody can move in, and we just base the rent on being just enough to cover the maintenance and taxes. So probably rent to everybody at about 1/3 what the current market value is.
No, I have to go. I can't do that. I can't stay up late tonight. I have to go in tomorrow morning and talk to my boss about finding me another job within his company because I cannot do the delivery driver stuff anymore. I can't lift all those heavy boxes. I shouldn't have been doing it for the last fucking couple of years, and I've been doing it anyways. And I got a real kick in the nuts, so it has to stop. And if he doesn't have a position for me, I'm just going to have to walk away, and we'll have to agree to disagree and call it. Let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah, well, COVID kind of forced me into the early retirement, but I was at that point of wondering, how many years was my body going to let me keep doing that kind of work?
Well, yeah, but you're also to that point in your life where your body's done, but I guess my body's done early. I guess it's done.
You never know when your body's going to kick it. And that's why I say I count myself extremely blessed that I'm still able to do this shit.
Like seriously, Steph, you know who you remind me of? You remind me of Joyce DeWitt. She is she's turned 76, I think, this year, or 77, and she's still out doing plays. She fell and broke her shoulder. It healed. She went back to Virginia, and she's doing another play. and she lives here. And she's a fucking sweetheart, and she's tough as fucking nails. And she has more
I know
energy
that
than
name.
most
Why do I know that
30-year-olds.
Oh, she was on a lot of
Three's
TV
the
shows
Company.
back in the 70s
Three's
and
Company.
80s.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, yeah.
A doctor's office I worked at, that was her doctor.
Oh.
So we met and we're friends now. She's a sweetheart. She gave me a 3-pack of the best of Three's Company. And she did a video with one of the country bands. What's it called? It's about West Virginia, and they are from West Virginia, and she is from West Virginia. Didn't know that until I saw the video, which is really funny because I grew up there too. So she
Really? You grew up in West Virginia?
My mom transplanted us from the naval base in Virginia to West Virginia when my dad retired. She didn't want to raise her kids in the city. So she took us out there and we started saying stuff like ain't. And she was like, just because you live in West Virginia doesn't mean you need to sound like you're from West Virginia. And that's a quote, my friends. I heard that like 5 dozen times during my childhood. We'd pick up some slang word.
Yeah,
and she'd say, and ain't was the big one, right? We kept slipping out because all the kids in school said it. They were all a bunch of fucking hilljacks. And so she'd say, ain't a word. I know she flipped over in her grave when they put that in the dictionary, Steph, she flipped over in her grave. I fucking know it happened. I know it happened because she was like, oh my God, that's not a word. And I'd say, Mom, you're not our English teacher. You're our science teacher, because she literally taught us in high school. And she said, I'm your everything teacher. And I said, yes, ma'am, you are. I digress. She said, shut up. And I said, yes, ma'am. By that time, we were laughing, of course. My mom was a sweetheart. We've been waiting for... Oh, Jesus. God damn. You guys keep distracting me. Kyle hates my guts right now.
You never sent Kyle the link?
No, we started talking serious shit, and I got fucking distracted.
Well, wait a minute. Kyle's not trans.
Huh?
Kyle's not trans.
So?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, you can't come in. You're cis.
Oh, come on. Don't be that way.
I'm kidding. Kyle
wait a minute.
He is my little brother from another mother. I love that.
Steph, are you ruining my one chance to be a gatekeeper?
I might be. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Come and knock on our door. You know, actually, Al, I was talking to Joyce about, here you go, Dave. Dave said, why we ever watched that terrible show is beyond me. I was actually talking to Joyce about it, and they wanted her to be like abusive to Jack, like really like slap him and hit him in the head all the time. And she was like, no, that's not what Janet does. And she refused to do it. They wanted her to literally like be abusive to Jack every day.
Wow.
And to Christy, like worse. Like, you know how she'd throw little insults about both of them? They wanted her to like make it more physical, and she refused. Yeah. And they said, that's what we want you to do. And she said, I'll walk. And they said, never mind. You do whatever you want, Miss DeWitt. So she made that show better.
Yeah.
Literally.
I can't see that at all. It worked much better with her being a sweet character.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she was very tolerant. Very tolerant. She was the best part of the fucking show. Literally. Like the comedy part, it was okay. But what she did in the show to keep everything from fucking falling apart all the time was miraculous. But no, she's an amazing lady, and she's full of fucking energy. And when I saw her, she walked in the door in an old pair of sweatpants, an old sweatshirt, and a white pair of tennis shoes that were like dirty, you know, had been like stained and half-ass washed. And she just walked in there and she had a mask on, and I kept looking at her and I was like this, like, who the fuck is that? So I said to her, I said,
oh dear, I can't hear anything. Hold on.
Okay. I said, excuse me. I said, I'm not trying to be rude. I muted you for a second there, Kyle. I said, I'm not trying to be rude, but where do I know you from? I know your eyes from somewhere. And she goes, come and knock on our door. And she puts her mask back up, and I went, Oh my God, my sister fucking loves you. My sister idolized Jersey when we were growing up. So I left work that day. You know who I called? And my sister was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I would love to meet her." Actually, shit, we were supposed to get together last month. I forgot to call her. I guess she got busy too. She was doing another play out in Virginia, a new one. And she did a, I can't remember the name of the group. I'll have to look it up. Hi, Kyle. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Hello, Kyle.
Hello.
Hello.
Kind of hanging out this evening.
Fine.
Me too, Al. I thought Jack Tripper was representative of a gay man. And when I moved to Florida, I went from, I'm not kidding you, the backwoods of West Virginia. Look it up. I lived outside of West Union, West Virginia. I lived between West Union and Center Point. Where I lived didn't have a name. And Center Point isn't even incorporated. There's no cops. There was a fucking gas station and had a general store attached when I lived there. That was the closest food you could get. Yeah, and that was a 20-minute drive. If you went to West Union, it was a 35-minute drive. If you went to Salem, on the other side of Salem, Center Point, it was a 40-minute drive. And if you went into the city, it was 50. If to the city to like shop, you had to drive 50 minutes. So I was in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I moved to Orlando, Florida when my mom passed away.
Nice.
I went through basic training and I was an ignorant fuck. And I moved to Orlando, Florida because my sister said, you need to come down here. I was homeless. My other sister sold the farm. I had no money. I was living in the at the army base, hiding, sneaking in at night to go to bed. So that was fun. So my sister made me move down there and all of a sudden I'm in Orlando, Florida. And I see cross-dressers and gay people. And I'm like, what the fuck? I thought they were more like Jack Tripper. No, for real, Al, you're right. And I never thought about it until just when you said that. But it was such a culture shock, like, for me, huge.
Well, where I was living in Upper Michigan was like that.
Man.
That it was an hour drive to the closest Walmart. That wasn't even to get to an actual city.
My closest Walmart is about 5 minutes.
Because you live in a small town, but yet you have
5 miles
everything.
of me.
Actually, I have 2 of them within 12 minutes of me.
I've
One's
got
about
2
12 minutes
Walmarts
away, and the other one's about 9 or 10 minutes away. So,
I've got 2 Walmarts and 2 Targets that are both within 5 miles of the building I live in.
Walmart's the only thing we have a duplicate of. Besides like fast food stuff.
Yeah.
There is no other. There's only one Lowe's. There's only one Home Depot. There's only one Best Buy. There's one Panera Bread. Like there's one of, we have everything, but there's only one of it, except for Walmart. We have 2. The one closer to downtown, which is still getting towards the edge of town. It's like halfway between the very edge of Santa Fe and downtown where it's touristy. That one is inhabited by a lot of fucking homeless people, and they're in there stealing and whatever all the time. So the other one, we call it the Good Walmart.
Yeah.
It's farther up the road, and it's about 2 miles or so past the other one, maybe 3 miles away. So the homeless people aren't going to walk that far. It's too far to walk. So I go to that Walmart, and it's full of just like nice people shopping. It's really nice and quiet. It's clean in there. The other one's nasty and filthy all the time. So it's almost like they built the one and then said, oops, and then they built another one. So like people with money would actually shop there and they wouldn't just get stolen from.
That's the same thing here. We got the rather dirty one like you're describing, and then the other one's like the suburban store.
Yep. It's exactly the way it is here. And the suburban store is a little bit smaller too.
Well, the suburban store is out there because it's on the highway where there's no sidewalk, so you can't get any pedestrians there. You've got to have a car to get into it.
It may be impolitic to say this, but if you're gonna steal from anybody, steal from the Walton family, because those people steal from their employees every single day.
Hey.
Yeah, you know, it was not the best, but it was it was a pretty good company until Dad died. And when Sam Walton died and the daughter and the son got, mostly the daughter, that's it. And I don't even understand it. Like half the company is owned by a female, but yet she makes sure females don't get anything.
Yeah, no,
it worked for her. It's like she thinks she has a penis. Like she
it
thinks
was
she's
a
a white
bad
guy.
company model to start with. It became a horrible company after the founder died.
That's my point. I mean, but it wasn't so horrible that you couldn't work there. It was okay. You know what I mean? It wasn't the worst job. McDonald's was worse back then. Now it's opposite, and Walmart's horrible, and McDonald's is better to work for. What the fuck is even happening in this world? Like McDonald's is literally going to own the fucking world here in like any minute now. What does McDonald mean? Kyle, do you remember? You fucking high motherfucker.
You're asking
Chinese
me
eyes.
after all these bowls? Come on.
Remember we were talking about last names? I said I want to change my last name. And McDonald means ruler of the world. That's what McDonald means. Yes.
You're fucking blasting us with your sound there.
Oh yeah, you are kind of loud, Kyle. You want to here, I'll turn you down, buddy. Just hold still. I got you.
Here.
All right, try it now.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good.
Awesome.
Now you sound. Now you're perfect.
All right.
Well, you were
scream
perfect.
into the microphone.
Yeah, don't. Yeah,
That's all right. You can scream into the microphone. I scream into the microphone when I get pissed off. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's even when I was doing illegal things, I still had a sense of ethics that I would only steal from major corporations. I wouldn't steal from individuals.
Jenny's got it right. They steal from the government through underpaid employees needing food stamps. Exactly right. It's like, yeah. Walmart's the biggest welfare recipient in the United States of America, as far as I can tell.
Brainless, I have no idea. I looked up names on like 3 different websites and saw that name on 2 of them, both saying ruler of the world or world something. You're in charge.
Mick or Mac does mean son of. I don't know what Donald would mean.
Oh yeah, here's a good one. Are you kidding me, Jenny? Walmart just announced pay cuts for new employees. See what I mean? They're fucking God, how much more rich do they need? Why? This is why all the workers are starting to strike. Starbucks is striking, and all these other places are striking because they're not giving them raises, but yet the CEOs and shit are getting like $500,000 and fucking whatever $200,000 raises a year, every year. It's ridiculous. 1.2 million.
And
bonus.
Walmart went and replaced. Walmart went and replaced all the cashiers with these self-checkout machines. And now they're whining because, shoplifting has gone way up. And it's like, how did you not expect that? It's like anyone else who saw a self-checkout knew that this was going to be a huge opportunity for shoplifters.
Yeah, so Mac is son of, but Fitz is bastard son of, which is, it's okay, that's fine. It's nice that the Irish have that distinction, It's like, hey,
right.
Well.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
No, I would believe that with the name McDonald, going back to that real quick, it's probably depends on where you're talking about whose name, where the person originates, because people will change shit over time. So, but I don't know. I was just looking up last names that started with M, and I found McDonald, and it said something about that. Our Walmart employees turn over frequently. They are treated like shit. Yes, I know. I worked at Walmart when I was in school for basic EMT. Now, mind you, everybody that worked there eventually found out within a couple of weeks of me working there, because everybody talks about each other, because it's like a fucking little trailer park community in Walmart, that I was going to basic EMT school. Now, they knew this. I'm trying to become a basic EMT so I could eventually become a paramedic, and I want to save lives, right? So you got to think you're kind of a good person to torture yourself and go through that training, right? No, I guess they didn't care. So I said, fuck, in the freezer, in the back room, in the freezer, with the door cracked this much, and the door outside to the main area was closed, and we worked overnight. So it was like midnight, and there was like nobody in the store. And this little Christian bitch who figured out that I was part of the LGBTQIA plus community ran and told that I said the F word, because with Walmart, you could say shit in the back room. You could say damn. You say fuck, they fire you. I was doing 2 people's worth of work every fucking night because they had to fire somebody because he was. Anyways, they fired one guy and another guy. It was his day off. So I was doing a lot of fucking work. And the guy that got to keep his job, who worked next to me in that same area, he was a fucking pedo. He would literally stand in the aisles and go, wow, look at that. Don't let the grass grow on it. And looking at 10-year-old girls. And he kept his fucking job. He was Christian. That's my Walmart experience. I can't work at Amazon either. Got fired from there too. I'm going to fucking, you know what I'm going to do, Kyle? I'm going to order stickers from every place, right? But buy it from another company where they don't make any money off of it. Somebody made generic stickers or something, or make my own. And I'm going to start plastering them on the wall of all the jobs I've had, all the companies that will never hire me again. So that way, when I'm looking for jobs, I can go, oh, yeah, I can't apply there. It'd just be easier. Actually, Brainless, I did not want to work for Amazon originally. I was working for a hostler spotting service to move trailers in Amazon yard, and it was contracted out. And so I got a job at Amazon. I wasn't working for Amazon. Then Amazon decided, hey, we're going to buy our own trucks and hire our own truck drivers, and we're going to take over all of our yards because they're smart and they want to make more money. And that's how you do it. When you contract out shit, you will pay 3 to 4 times as much as that you will the employee that you can rip off. So they changed it over and said, you can, we will take, the rest of you can fuck off. And so they let all of the other 6 people go out of our 8-man crew and kept 2 of us. And it was me and Dave, which was my partner. And I was in charge of the yard. And it was going fine. Until my boss kept triggering my PTSD. He put me in charge of certain things and wanted me to report things to him. And I would go report them to him. And then he got mad at me for reporting to him because he doesn't have time. Then don't tell me to come tell you. Problem solved. So now what he would do is he would put me down and treat me like shit in front of all the other people. And I had a manager who was going to go over and be a head fucking manager at another location. And she wanted me to give me a management position because she knew I was fucking good. And you know what he did? He found out about it. And he was being a dick to me in front of her for day 3. He kept insulting me in front of her because he didn't want me to walk away. But you can't say that. Don't say it. You know, you don't want to be a big, tall, good-looking black man and beg a lesbian to stay and work for you, right? That's the only thing I could figure out. He had some kind of fucking problem with me. So on day 3 of him insulting me in front of her, I went and threw my hat, my glasses, and I knocked over a trash can by accident, and I got fired because I was being violent in the workplace. But what really had happened was I walked in there, knocked over the trash can, picked it up, and I said, oh my God, I'm so mad. I got to vent this out. And the guy goes, hey, man, my food's stuck in that vending machine I was going to eat for lunch. If you can get it out, I'll give you a fucking $1. And I said, fine. So I tilted it and wiggled it and got his food out for him. And he was like, thanks, man. And I said, keep your fucking $1. That expended some energy. I feel good. No, I was throwing the vending machine around. And when I tried to stop the trash can that was rolling away with my foot, they said I kicked it. I didn't stop it. I kicked it. And I said, let me see the video. Nope. You're fired. Is there any sound on that video? No, we don't have sound on our videos. How the fuck are you telling me what was going on? So I got fired. I could just keep going. I could tell you, I have a 24-hour stream of I got fired from work stories. Kyle, what have you been doing? Give me some good news. Fucking ready to poke a goddamn needle in my eye.
Yeah.
Good news, huh? Well, the sun's shining. The Earth has not fallen into a black hole, which is preferable for life. So, things are well.
The only time I go to Walmart to shop is if they have something I can't find anywhere else. I have to order it online and I need it the next day. I refuse to spend my money at fucking Walmart. I would rather go to Big Lots for the cheap shit. And if I need clothes, I'll go to Kohl's and go raid the clearance rack. Because you know what? I don't hear shit like that about Kohl's employees.
Yeah, I
Those
used to love Big
motherfuckers,
Lots,
those
but we don't have one.
Oh, it sucks. Kohl's employees, they're dressed nice and they're wearing their own clothes from home. They're not like scraping by. I know they get treated good. I know they have, because they're all fucking happy when you walk in the fucking door. And they're all like, hey, this is my job. They're okay.
Yeah.
Because they're getting fucking benefits they deserve and they're getting a decent fucking paycheck so they can pay their bills. So yeah, I'll go spend my money at Kohl's. Fuck yeah, I will. I won't go to Walmart anymore. Like I said, it's got to be something I need it now.
Yeah. And remember, if you ever see somebody at Walmart stealing food, no, you didn't.
Yeah. Personally, at Walmart, doesn't matter if they're stealing anything. I'm not going to care. And honestly, most of the employees take the attitude that they're not paid enough to care about it either.
That's exactly what I was going to tell you when I was driving truck with my buddy Dean. He was my first co-driver. We were both fresh out of fucking school, and we bumped into each other at a fucking terminal waiting for someone to give us a co-driver. So we agreed to be co-drivers. We ended up being best friends. We could not drive together very long, but we're still friends. We hated each other in that small space. But we went into Walmart, and we finally got a good paycheck. We had enough to buy some supplies for the truck. And he said, look, I don't have any money, but I have food stamps. I got EBT. And I said, I don't have money for food, but I have cash. And he said, deal. So he decided he was going to buy the food, and I was buying all the paper products and stuff and cleaning stuff and, whatever else we needed. Like the seat, one of the seats was old and cracked. So I bought seat covers, so they weren't irritating, kind of thing. So the only thing he bought with cash was, he bought like a couple of small items for himself that you couldn't buy with EBT. And he got a microwave. And the lady at the front desk didn't ring the microwave up. But our bill was so big, we didn't think anything of it, right? So he paid with the EBT, and then I gave the lady cash for the rest or whatever and used my card, whatever. And we walked outside and we got to the truck, and we put everything in the truck, and we're like sweating, and it's hot out, and we get in the truck, got the AC running, and he looks at the receipt and he goes, she didn't charge me for that microwave. I said, are you fucking shitting me? I said, what are you going to do? He said, I'm not going back in there. And I looked at him. And I was like, well, that's stealing. He goes, no, it's their failure to scan my product. I did not steal shit. I brought it to the cash register. The cashier's not doing her job right. She's probably miserable with this fucking Walmart. And I said, fine. And I drove away.
Yep.
Nobody came after us. They didn't even check the receipts. He's a white guy. They're not going to check his receipt. If they did, they would have found out that they probably would accuse him of stealing, but he didn't.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't check his receipt going out the door, but it could be that there were too many people at one time for them to check everyone.
You know where I get my receipts checked at when I walk out of doors? In Santa Fe, New Mexico. Because most of the homeless people here that are thieves are fucking white. True story. Now, if I'm dressed well or I'm coming home from work, they don't check me.
Yep.
But if I'm dressed in like my bummy weekend, I don't give a fuck Sunday clothes, they check my receipt every time.
Well, that's how I got away with shoplifting when I was a teenager.
Dress nice?
No, where I lived, there really weren't very many black families. So I went in with a black kid with me, and I'd put the stuff in my jacket, and we'd walk out together, so the alarm would go off. He'd take off full speed across the parking lot while I just walk out slowly. And of course, they're going to chase him. But they catch him. He doesn't have anything.
Doesn't have anything on him. What, dude? My mom said there was an emergency at home. I got to go. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Now, I do not condone stealing, but that is fucking hilarious.
That's clever, yeah.
Yeah, we were just playing on everybody else's prejudice.
Yeah, no, hey, did I tell you, Purple? Me and my buddy Adam used to do that. My black friend growing up. Dude had like a fro. He like had a Michael Jackson outfit. He could do the dances and he could do like the fucking God damn it, what's it called? Breakdancing. He could break dance like a motherfucker. He was amazing. He could sing and everything. Anyways, so see, now I forgot where I was going. What was the last thing you said, Purple?
Just about playing on other people's prejudice.
Yes, thank you. So we went into a store and he's like, dude, let's go steal some beer. And I was like, I don't really like stealing stuff. He goes, you don't have to. And I said, no. He goes, no, watch. I'll show you. And I'm like, okay. So we go to the back. He sticks beer in my jacket, zips my jacket up, right? And then walks around like really quickly looking around like this and walks out the door and they're watching him. And I just walked out. Like behind him, they're staring at him through the window because he's black. I walked away with a 6-pack of fucking beer. Just in my jacket. It was huge. It was sticking out. Yep. There's no way you could have not known I had something under my jacket. But they didn't look at the little fucking white kid. They didn't look at the 12-year-old white kid that was stealing beer. They fucking wanted to check out what the black kid was doing. Because he was one of like 3 families in the entire town. I used to steal chicken fingers from the store. My mom went through her super crazy Catholic phase and hated me temporarily. The employees always ignore me. I think yes, that's wonderful. That actually happened to me when I was homeless, Sumami. I was stealing from a 7-Eleven. I would walk in every other day and steal 1 can of Spam or 1 can of Vienna sausages, which were like 29 cents or 21 cents back then. They're 19 maybe, really cheap. It was a long time ago. And the lady just never said anything to me. And I know she knew. She was the same one working there. I was sleeping in my car across the street from where she walked into work every day. Like literally like 80 feet away. So I know she knew. So when I got my first paycheck, I went back and I gave her $20 and I probably stole about $6 or $7 worth of food during the month and a half I was sleeping in my, because I felt so bad. I'd make 1 can of Vienna sausages last 2 days. Boy, I lost weight though. That baby weight came right off. I was homeless and my kid was 1 month old. How's that for fun? Funny how we have different view on Sunday clothes than a lot of people. Yeah, I know, right? Sundays are bummy days, right? What the fuck are you getting dressed up for? My mom used to make us do that on Sundays. I hated that shit. I hated it. Can't I just wear jeans and a grungy t-shirt? No, it's disrespectful.
Well, Lavender Lady.
Well, aren't I supposed to be going there for me and no one else? So shouldn't I be comfortable? Why do I have to make myself uncomfortable for other people to be religious? This doesn't make sense, Mom.
Lavender Lady used to do her streams at 9 a.m. on Sunday mornings. And I kept telling her what was the point of being an atheist if you had to get up early on Sunday morning.
Yeah, sleep in. So she changed it to noon.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I've been homeless twice in my life. Each time, fortunately, was only for a few months. I've lived a good number of years of nearly homeless, that I could just barely afford to have an apartment and had to be rather creative sometimes for food.
Yeah. Now, if I will not say a word if I see somebody stealing food. If I see somebody stealing liquor or cigarettes, yep, I tell on them because they literally are raising our prices as they do that. Yeah. I have an issue with that. I want my cigarettes and my alcohol to stay reasonable like they aren't anymore. So yeah, I'll tell on somebody for stealing something that is not necessary for them to survive. And when people ask me for money, I offer them a cigarette, or actually 2, because I smoke the shorties. So I offer them 2 cigarettes, or I'll offer them some kind of food I have in my vehicle. Mm-hmm. You ain't getting any money from me. If you say, I don't want the food, then you're probably a drug addict or a drunk, and I'm not fucking promoting you. There's food. See, but here's the thing. I'm not being an asshole. In the city I live in, every single day, there is some place that gives out a huge plate. I'm not talking a hot dog and chips. I'm talking like Mexican food, big burritos, big piles of like tacos and shit. And they give them like a whole plate that I would literally take 2 to 3 days to eat. So nobody's starving here. There is no starving. And when the weather's bad, they get to sleep inside. Women get to sleep inside all the time, of course, but men get it from during the winter months. So they have to sleep outside during the summer, which I think is kind of shitty because it's hot here. But, you know, they're also mostly drug addicts here. So,
yeah, Carrie, for a couple of years, I was going after they closed and picking all the produce that the co-op had thrown in the dumpster. And that's what we were living on. And I think one of the employees saw me doing it because then they started leaving it in a crate next to the dumpster instead.
that's respect right there. No, it's
yeah,
sad,
but basically
man.
I was getting all the produce that was, bruised or overripe that they couldn't sell it
Who
anymore.
cares?
Well, we had to live on something, so you cut off the bad spots, you salvage as much as you can.
See, that's part of the problem with Americans, though. We're so spoiled that you see a little spot in an apple and they throw it out. You could cut that out and eat the rest of the fucking apple. It's not going to kill you. I did it my entire childhood. I just was at work on Friday and saw these apples hanging from a tree, and I had to turn around someone's driveway and nobody was home, and there was apples all over the ground, so they weren't picking them. Like hundreds of rotten apples. So I pulled up next to it and I just went 1, 2. And I went to take a bite of one. I had a worm in it. I spit it out the fucking window and I ate it. It was a golden delicious. And it was literally delicious. It was the best apple I've had since my fucking childhood, eating them off of the farm we had. Like, I haven't had an apple that good since. And they were, Stephanie, you're absolutely 100% muted. I cannot hear you. They were the best apples I've had in fucking years, man. And they're just growing, and nobody's even picking them.
I was going to say, the worm liked it. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, seriously. They have good taste.
Yeah. The hell?
Well, but the worm was extra protein for you anyway.
Jenny, fun fact, there is one rich guy out there trying to do something about that. He goes and gets the leftover food that the local, where they're located at, I can't remember right now, the local grocery stores and stuff want to throw out, and he takes their old shit and he sells it. And he sells it for a fraction of the price. And the proceeds go to keeping this going, so people can buy reasonably priced produce and stuff. And they might have like a small bruise on the banana or a little brown spot on the green pepper, and people are throwing them out. So this guy's actually has been trying to, and if anybody can think of his name, please let me know. But he's been trying to change that and get the stuff that everybody's throwing out and sell it before it goes bad. And so we're not just throwing away, because that's a lot of agricultural waste, oil, petrol, gas, you name it, that they are wasting.
I'm surprised.
And they're putting more pollutants in the air
15%.
so we can throw shit away.
Yeah.
I think it's probably higher than that, but Jenny's usually right.
Yeah. There's
I know. I started falling for it for a few years there, Brainless. I was dating some women with money and I started falling for it. So I know.
There's a place here called Mana Market that they do get donations from stores. It's generally stuff that's like a day or two from its expiration date. And they collect up as much of that stuff as they can. And they basically, they have their own grocery store, that then the stuff is just free to anyone who's on public assistance.
Oh, here, this is what's another thing that's cool about here. They have pantries here. You don't need to be on public assistance. Literally anyone can go get free food.
Yeah.
But the rich people aren't going to go get it. So you end up only with people that need it. They're not checking pay stubs and income. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You drive up in your vehicle, tell them you're vegan if you are, or whatever you can have. They will take that out and switch it out of the box, and they just give you a box of food. No questions asked.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be everywhere. You shouldn't have to prove that you're fucking standing there and humiliating yourself in line to get free food because you need it. Because you need it. What the fuck is that? It's like when I was in school and we got the free lunch tickets because we had EBT. We had back then called food stamps.
Yep.
So because you're on the food stamp program, your parents show that and they give you these free meal tickets for breakfast and lunch. But they're a different color than the other people's. Theirs
Yeah.
are like a pale
Right.
green. These are bright fucking neon yellow and say free on it.
Right.
And anybody pulls them out of their pockets, you get fucking picked on and beat up about it.
Yep, I
You know how many
went through
fights
that
I
in
got
school.
into trying to stand up for kids that were fucking poor and their only meals every day were that breakfast and their lunch, and they were getting their ass kicked because they got free lunches?
Yep.
I got a lot of fights because of that.
I went through that. I was on the free lunch program in school.
It's how the government separates us, man. That's what they do, everybody. It's what they fucking do. This is why people hate each other. This is why we're not bound together. This is why our government has control over us when it should be the opposite. Because if they keep us divided, we are fucking weak.
Yeah. Well,
you can say it's our government. This is what we choose to do. We choose to elect some people in our representative government would think that was a horrible thing, but other people think no. If we're going to provide this money, if we're going to do this, we are going to need to shame people.
Yeah.
It's not this is, people have this unitary image of what the government is. No, the government is made up of people that are elected by people who want to shame people.
Well, yeah, it all goes back to that.
And other
thing.
people don't. And it's just, yes, the program itself, it is without doubt cool. However, some parties introduced into the bill, and it must be an orange ticket because we need to discriminate. We need to show people that these people are
lesser than you.
Are lesser than, exactly. And that's the whole thing. That's the don't elect people to government who want to shame people and tell people they're lesser than. Don't do that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make. When you sympathize with the poor, the rich people don't like you. How are they going to get their money to be a politician? I'm telling you, it's just a vicious circle.
Yeah, I know.
You're
right.
We would literally have to tear down the entire government system and get younger people in, have huge fucking meetings for years to rework it, and it would never work because the motherfuckers are never giving up that money they're making.
Well,
they're never
here's
getting
the
up,
thing.
giving up those vacations and the jets and whatever else that they're fucking given by Big Pharma and everybody else.
The thing is that
I'm not bitter.
The vast amount of social progress that was made in the United States was, after World War II, after the Great Depression and all of that stuff, when a whole bunch of people lost their stuff, and on the world stage, there were two opposing movements: fascism, communism, ideologies, fascism, communism, and neither one of them was particularly respectful, as at least Bolshevik communism wasn't respectful of democracy, right? As a thing. So if for any semblance, I swear to God, the reason that Roosevelt was so successful is because there was a labor movement, because there was a revolutionary movement, because if capitalism didn't succumb to make some kind of compromise, there was going to be a revolution in the United States, and it would either wind up being fascist or socialist, communist, and people would lose it, including Roosevelt's class. And what we're missing in today's politics is that revolutionary fervor where people recognize their common interests in recognizing that, the powers of unions, the powers of people, the power of people, we just surrender. We surrender ourselves to, oh, well, Elon Musk. Oh, well, Jeff Bezos. Oh, well, blah, blah, blah. That's bullshit. We should be furious at these people. Should be furious at them. We should be marching in the streets about them. they're stealing our fucking money. They're stealing our fucking labor. They're stealing us blind. And we're sitting here saying, yeah, but we've got our YouTubes, and we've got our cell phones, and we've got our this and that, and we idolize these people. No, it's just we're providing content. You are providing content for a media conglomerate, aka Google. You are providing them content, and if you get monetized, they're going to take 30% of whatever comes in over their wire. Do you think that's just? I don't think it's just, but here we are doing that.
And I agree. Super PACs, all donations to politicians need to stop. I think we should do it like Australia. This is what I was saying earlier. They do like a 1-month campaign. They talk about all the issues, and then they shut the fuck up. And then a month later, everybody votes. That's how it should be. This is like a goddamn sales tactic to get people convinced to go to the other side. That's going to fuck them over so they can make more money off of them. It's car salesmen. They're a bunch of fucking car salesmen. And the ones that they don't like Jimmy Carter and Obama and people like that, are the ones that were doing that were fucking at least cared about people. I mean,
yeah,
Jimmy didn't. I mean, not what did I say? Carter. Yeah, Carter didn't do shit while he was in office, but he's a fucking good guy. He couldn't do shit because he wasn't stroking anybody's dicks. And that's exactly where the problem lies. Biden will, nudge and come on, let's make a deal and shit. And where Obama was like, fuck no. And he stood his ground. Politicians don't like those people. That's why those people have to struggle to fucking even be in politics. That's why they're in the back of the congressional meetings and you don't see them or hear from them. They're the ones you don't see and hear from are the ones that usually give a fuck. We have the big mouths out like me running their fucking mouths like they know everything. I don't know shit.
That's why Bernie Sanders is an independent.
That's why that's why he's never going to be president. And I know that because he's not going to play their fucking game.
Yeah. Well, he could not have gotten either major party to endorse him while he was running. He had to do all his fundraising on his own. So even though he votes for the Democrats virtually every time, the Democrats would have never gotten him elected.
Yeah. No, that's the problem. You have to be a little dirty to even try to do anything.
Yep.
So the good people that don't want to be dirty at all, they can't get anything done.
Well, that's why Bernie never got the endorsement from the Democrats. Because the Democrats were worried that at some vital piece of legislation, he might do the right thing rather than towing the party line.
Well, Bernie didn't get the votes. I mean, he didn't get the votes from the Democratic Party. We have a two-party system. It's the way it works. It's just until there's ranked choice voting, until there's a breakdown in the first across, first past the post system of elections, you're never going to have any third party have a whisper's chance.
Oh yeah,
in American
totally
politics. Right. And I think that Maine isn't. We do have ranked choice voting, for everything, and it'll be interesting to see how it develops. I mean, and it's like, you had ranked choice voting, but you still elected Susan Collins. Well, the reason was because Susan Collins is actually knows what her job is in terms of constituent service.
Yep.
And the Democrats put up a shitty candidate, a terrible candidate. Sarah Gitt is terrible. That's absolutely awful. The worst of the worst of the worst of the Democratic centrists. She's just terrible. And she was a terrible candidate for them to pick to run against Collins. She's from away. She's not from the state. And her opponent in the primary was a lobster lobsterman's family's kid. And it's like, well, why are you nominating this? Because because she's a pretty face. And it's like, no, cut the shit. You know, you got to. Politics is crazy. Politics is crazy. Well, it's like what's going to appeal here and there. But the reason Collins won was because Susan Collins. If you call Susan Collins' office as a citizen of the state of Maine, you will get to talk to her chief of staff. And if you raise an issue, her office will weigh in on your side and make the phone calls necessary to get to make things happen. And constituent service goes a long way. People remember that stuff. It was, well, you know, I talked to so-and-so and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Well,
that's the advantage of incumbency. And so you can't, unless you can come up with a reason that, and there are plenty of reasons that not to vote for Susan Collins ever, because she's a fucking idiot. And really, you know, she plays the moderate, but she'll vote for a Brett Kavanaugh. You know, she'll vote for horrendous right-wing bullshit. There are tons of reasons not to, but you need to have a damn good reason to kick someone out who who knows what her job is, as far as representing her constituents' interests.
Really quick, Carrie, I'm glad you said that because I was about to tell you to stop insulting my friend. And I love you. Yeah, that's what I'm all about, baby.
You said that Maine has ranked choice voting. And I think that's the only way we're ever going to get any kind of election reform, is that state by state, they've got to start implementing the ranked choice voting. And it's not going to be until like 3/4 of the states have it that the federal elections are going to have to pay attention to it.
Yeah, same thing with the Electoral College. You need to have the compact. If you know popular vote rules, our electoral votes are going to go to the winner of the popular vote nationwide.
Yep.
And I think we're up to what, 20 states in that regard.
Yeah, I think.
And I think 20. You do that, then suddenly the electoral college is a sideshow. It already is a sideshow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but please.
Well, actually, a shit show.
Yeah, and they keep trying to like gerrymander shit in some of the fucking red Bible Belt states, and the judges are going, no. Hello, John, my friend. I hope you are well. And thank you all for coming by and hanging out and being part of the conversation. I appreciate all you guys.
Welcome back, Commander.
Commander, you can come back in if you want. Join my evening. Always doing this. Yes, always.
Nice pipe.
Calm down. I think it depends on where you live. That could mean the same thing. No, I'm glad it was a successful mission, Commander 401. Excellent mission. Mission completed. No, carry on, Steph. I just wanted to interject real quick.
No, I'm good.
I'm not trying to interrupt you in purple.
No
yep,
worries.
I think we ran out of topic there.
Yeah,
that'll only last for 2 minutes.
Ran off on the politics thing. I don't want to get crazy about that.
I've been wondering here, Beck, about your background image.
Yeah.
Well, so in the lower right corner here, Is that a water tower or is that one of the Martian tripods coming in?
It is actually here. I'll show everybody real quick the whole picture. I'm going to remove all of this. Hold on.
Water tower, but it
Yeah, it's a water
kinda look
tower.
like one of the
It's
Martian tripods.
It's in Ohio. In the fall and spring in Ohio, they get some amazing fucking sunsets. And I was actually driving a truck when I took that picture. I was cruising up to a stop sign, and I snapped the picture, and then I stopped and I snapped a couple more, but the one that I was moving came out the best. Yeah, almost all of the backgrounds I have, unless you see like my cheap blue flames or something, if I have a picture of something in the background, I have taken it myself all over the United States. Everywhere from Ohio to Massachusetts to North Dakota to, I mean, you name it. I've taken pictures pretty much every state of different things. I went by this one area and it looked, there was a door in the ground with a hump that went into a hillside, and it looked like the fucking Shire. I mean, it looked exactly like the Shire. I'll show you guys the picture sometime.
An old root cellar.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I don't know. There was
my grandma had one of those.
Yes, it was, because there was a big old 2-story white farmhouse like right past the tree line.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. It was a root cellar. Yeah, we
my
had
grandma
one
had
too.
one of those just dug out into a hill with a doorway.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, my mom, we had one on our farm, but ours was a concrete block, and they put it into the ground. So the back wall and all the side walls were concrete. The floor was dirt, and then it had a little roof on it. And the roof was actually, I don't know where these people got this shit from, but it was like 2-inch concrete slabs on top of the concrete block holding down. That was the roof. So it grew moss on it, and it was underneath a tree just to the if you're facing our house, it was just to the left against the hillside, underneath this huge bank of oak and maple and pine trees. And then you could walk past that and go to the garden out back. But we would lay on that in the summertime and lay on the moss and just like lay back, like, you know, in a pair of shorts or something, because it was so cool and it was so comfortable because the moss was like this fucking thick on it. It was like a bed. And we would take naps. We would take naps out there like after lunch. And Mom would be like, go take a nap. I'm going to go out to the cellar house. She was like, what? And then one time she followed me out there, and I was just laying there, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and she goes, walked inside. So she let me take my naps outside if I wanted to. Pretty cool, Mom.
Yeah.
I mean,
sprawling moss as a ground cover.
I'm telling you, you go to the Blue Ridge Mountains, and they go, you know, West Virginia, up. The undergrowth. I mean, there's those huge there's mushrooms everywhere, and there's huge ferns everywhere, and moss on the north side of every fucking tree. Like, you never get lost in that one because you know where you are, because there's moss on the north side of every tree.
I think the
so
next
as long
time,
as you keep track of that.
The next time I head south, I really need to take that inland route rather than the coastal route. Just take the time, you know, take
Oh my
my
God,
time
Steph,
and
it's
take
so
it
beautiful.
easy.
You know what it's
Yeah.
like? It's like I grew up there, and then we used to go to Rhode Island to visit my Nana. She lived and died in North Kingston. And we'd go
Really?
visit
North
her, and
Kingston? Wow.
Yeah, little town full of people whose partners were in the Navy and now they are dead. It's a bunch of old people
Yeah.
there. But the coolest thing about
Basically.
North Kingston is if you're an old person and you live there, the younger people respect them. They will not pass them in traffic. They don't honk at them. They're not rude to them. They know it's full of old people.
Yeah.
They've grown up there, and they know that the people are going to drive 5 miles an hour in a 20, and they're very patient. And it's amazing. The community is so weird there like that. It's kind. I know. But no, we'd go visit her and everything, and she would take us out to the docks and let us pick our own lobsters. And we'd bring them back, and in a big old metal like watering kind of thing that she had, and she'd throw them all in the bathtub, and everybody had to stay out of the bathroom, and nobody touched the lobsters, and they'd cook them one at a time, and they'd set them down in the oven because that's all, you know, you only got one pot one pot big enough. And they'd set them all down in the oven, and we eat lobster. So when I became an adult and I went out there and stayed with her for a few months, I was a truck driver, so I'd stay with her on the weekends, and I'd like do her laundry for her and wash her hair and scrub her back because she couldn't reach up like that anymore and stuff. And we ended up hating each other, and I moved out. But once I became an adult and a truck driver, I finally got to drive down Route 1. And it was the most amazing scenery and art everywhere, and old Volkswagens painted up, and you just fucking name it, you'll see it on Route 1. It's a beautiful fucking drive down that coast. It really is.
Yeah. So North Kingstown, that my brother-in-law's first parish second parish was in North Kingstown, Rhode Island. It was
was that Methodist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my nana was Catholic. She never went to a Methodist church.
Yeah, hey, of course not.
Hey, so do you know anything about that area down there? Do you know about?
Oh yeah, Wickford.
You know the Red Rooster?
In what context?
Oh, the Red Rooster is a
Carnally,
it's a large seafood restaurant that's very popular.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, my nana hosted my nana was a host at the Red Rooster for 20 fucking years, and the guys that own it are gay guys, and she worked back for them back before people worked for gay people, and she didn't give a fuck. And when we went to visit her after she retired, she actually retired 3 times because she kept getting bored. She kept going back to work, which is how she ended up working for them for a total of 20 years because she went back and worked for them again. So then she went and worked for an old lesbian couple and took care of them during the day, like cleaned the house. And, one was bedridden, one was in a wheelchair, and they were roommates, And so she went and cooked and cleaned for them and everything. She'd make them breakfast in the morning. She'd clean all day. And then in the evening, she'd make them a big dinner. And then she made lunch and dinner. And then they would have leftovers for breakfast or whatever. She always made them a lot of food. But she worked there for so long, and they loved her so much that we came to visit one time. And I was 8 years old or 7. I think I was 7 years old. And mom had all of us kids with her. And of course, dad wasn't there because he never went with us because he was a dick. And this was like right before they got divorced. And so we go over there, and she takes us out to eat, and she takes us to the Red Rooster. And she went to pay the bill, and they said, "Susan, you don't owe a bill here." And she goes, "Don't be ridiculous. I just bought T-bone steaks and lobsters, and, the older kids and me and Eileen have been having wine." And he said, "No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You don't pay a bill here." And he grinned at her and winked, and he walked away. And he was one of the owners. And she goes, "Well, I guess that's that." So she took $100 out of her wallet, and she left a $100 tip for the waiter. And I'm talking like this is in 1978.
Yeah,
$100 is a huge fucking tip. And that waiter was like,
"Yes,
I'm partying this weekend, motherfucker. I'm
Yeah.
paying my bills."
Yeah, that was about a week's pay then.
Oh yeah, easy. $100 back then. Yeah. I think that a lot of waitresses and waiters were between $50 to $75 a week back then.
Yep.
$100 was like almost 2 weeks worth of pay for some of them. Well, the area I lived in, you have to remember, I lived in a very poor area. So the area I lived in, they didn't get paid shit. Like they were, I don't even know why they went to work. They literally would have got the same fucking money off the,
Rhode Island born, Rhode Island bred. When I die, I'll be Rhode Island dead.
Red.
I mean, yeah. I was born in Boston, so I know that I have kin in southeastern Massachusetts and Fall River, Rhode Island, and I know
Rhode
the
Island.
area.
Yeah, it's Rhode Island.
Rhode
You said
Island.
it right.
It's Rhode Island. Actually,
it's
it's
one
not
word.
the only place in Rhode Island. The only place in Rhode Island that's Rhode Island is Rhode Island, which is Aquidneck Island, which only has 3 towns on it: Newport.
That's right.
Newport,
Mm-hmm.
Middletown, and Portsmouth.
That's right.
That's Rhode Island.
That's
The rest of the state is Providence Plantations.
Oh my
I'm
god!
telling you, it's the fact.
No, you're right though.
It's a matter.
I just like that you're throwing the accent in with
the
it.
longest. This is the longest state name in the United States of America. Ask that question. Somebody will say Mississippi. Somebody will say Massachusetts. Somebody will say Connecticut. Somebody will say this and that. No, it's
New Hampshire.
the state of New Hampshire. The state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations is the name of the state.
Yes, it is literally the longest state. That's true. That's true, and I totally forgotten that. But you're right. I remember Nana teaching us stuff. Whenever she decided to speak to us.
Well, if you're going with technicalities like that, you're ruling out a few of them because there is no state of Pennsylvania. It's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's also
right.
the Commonwealth of Virginia,
Commonwealth
the
of
Commonwealth
Virginia,
of
and the Commonwealth.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, there's a handful of them.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Is that a godless
there are
granny I
5.
see?
I don't know. Godless granny.
Hey, Granny.
I don't know how many Commonwealth states there are. Where's my ox? He always looks up things for me. He disappeared. Oh, he's cooking dinner. Never mind.
Yeah, Ox is always a lot quicker on the keyboard than I am.
I think there are 5, but I can't remember the other 2. I know Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. Don't know the other 2.
I can't remember, but I think there is 5 or 6 of them.
There.
It's only
There's 5.
Literally, a handful. A handful should be literally 5. I've been asking, if you have a child, what do you know about the kid from its reproductive organs? They don't ever answer, though. Yeah, isn't that funny, Carrie, how they don't really have an answer for that, do they? Pragmatic Crystal. See, here's my other mod that's kicking ass. There are 4 states in the United States that call themselves Commonwealth: Kentucky, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Virginia.
Kentucky. Okay.
Kentucky.
All right. I thought there were 5. All right.
Yeah, I thought there were like 5 or 6. So, but I mean,
I thought there were 5.
So don't ask me.
There you go. Kentucky, huh?
What am I pounding? This is now the new Corona and Bud Light of the United States. It is Modelo. It is also made in Mexico.
Yeah.
It is very similar to Corona. It has a little bit more of a bite on the back end, but it's really smooth. It still has that fruity-ish kind of limey flavor in it. I add lime to it. I just drink it like a fucking Corona, and they're delicious. And they're easy to find here. They're easy to find here because we're in New Mexico, and every fucking store carries this beer, so I don't even have to look for it. That, and I have some Corona in my fridge because the same.
we had Modelo. We had 5 Modelos on the yacht because no beer until after the race. We don't. It's like no, gotta be sharp here. But we had 5 Modelos to celebrate our stellar victory, which was entirely unanticipated. Fuck, you have no idea how hard it was to win this regatta. Just
well,
I don't
down
know,
to the last day and knowing you have to win every single race this day.
You take
not every
Stephanie, and the wind would hit, and the wave would hit, and the water would come and splash me in the face, and the boat would tilt. My autism would kick in, and I'd freak the fuck out, and you have to take me back. So no, I'm never going sailing with you. I will not torture you like that.
There's sailing, and then there's sailboat racing. Sailing is really quite.
No, I have sailed once. It was actually beautiful and relaxing, and it was amazing.
It is.
It really was.
Sailboat racing. This is why it's sailboat racing is probably one of the most complicated games anyone can possibly imagine. Because there are goals. The goal is to get to a destination, get to another. Get to a destination faster than anybody else.
Yeah,
and you got several times around. It's just this destination, this blah 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 blah. That long distance races across the oceans is just simply one destination to the only one destination. Get there faster than anybody else. closed course racing is go upwind, go downwind, go upwind, go downwind, go upwind, and do that faster than anybody else. And it's like playing chess on a board that moves because it literally is the way it works is is geometry.
Okay.
Where you are on the board, where you are on the race course compared to anybody else has to do with ladder rungs. It's like, well, the wind is shifted over here, which means since you can't sail directly into the wind is over here. The wind shifts. If it's more if it's more towards your bow, you need to tack. And so it's a game of squares.
Right.
And it's so hard to play. It's like, are we ahead of
Oh,
these
I'm sure
people?
it is.
Are we going in the
I'm not
right
even
direction?
good at chess.
Is it this? Is it that? It's like, really, it's hard. It's
well, also
hard.
you have math to think about. You have logic to think about, like where's this boat or that ship or whatever you're going to call it ends up next. Like there's so many things going at the same time. And like you said, the other chess pieces aren't sitting still. They're moving with you. So everybody's moving at the same time.
The board,
I couldn't
chess
imagine
pieces are moving. The board is moving. It's mentally incredible. It's very engaging, which makes it really fun. It's boring as fuck to watch unless you've got someone explaining. So, well, this is what's going on here.
Yeah,
this is how this is going
unless
on.
you know the game,
or
right.
unless you know the game. A whole ton of time is sitting there thinking about keeping the boat moving, right? Making the boat go, making the equipment perform at its best. And that takes physical exertion. But the mental exertion that's going on in playing the game is it's intense. I love the sport. I really do. I hope that shows a little bit.
Oh yeah, we can see how animated you get when you talk about it.
I just fucking love it, and it's so hard. It's so rewarding when you actually do it and make it work.
Well, and that's what I was saying earlier. That's really what life is all about, is just doing things you enjoy for as long as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Beck, you're muted.
No wonder you didn't hear me. My bad. I forgot I banged my bowl out and see I'm not high enough. Okay, so serious thing I want to address. I'm gonna offer you, Sumami, the same thing I offer every BIPOC person I meet. If you need a platform to speak on, I will give you mine. I will sit back, I will moderate, I will take care of questions for you and stuff. You always have a platform here. Same as I've done for Maya and Cynthia and Robert Reed and Mandisa and anybody else that I can help out. If you need a platform to speak, you have it here. Anytime.
Same goes for me, Mommy. You know me.
Absolutely, Stephanie. Well, because Stephanie and I are a form of a minority. We're just not beaten down as far as the Black community has been or the Hispanic community. But we're in the running, so we understand, and that's the point. So my point is, Brainless, I don't speak for anybody. If I have something to say about it and I'm trying to support them, and I have someone like Sumami in the chat, Maya, someone, I will ask them. I ask them what they have to say about it. And I take the consensus, and when someone asks me and they're not around, I repeat that. That's how I advocate. And when they need a space, I shut the fuck up, just like I did during the George Floyd fucking riots, and I let them all speak, and I gave them my platform. Mm-hmm. And I sat back and I asked questions to help the chat, and I brought up questions, and I did nothing else. That's how I support my BIPOC friends. And that's the best thing that people that are white can fucking do. Give them the room, give them the space, ask them how they feel about it. support it the way they want it supported. We can do whatever the fuck we want. That's just white privilege speaking. And I know you mean well, but that's how it's perceived to the minority, to anybody as a minority. So keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Don't speak unless someone, like, if you want to come to me and say, hey, someone came up and said something about trans shit, I don't know what to say. What do you think I should say? I would give you advice on that. You can take it or leave it, but I'd give you advice on that. And that is what you should say. And you should say it verbatim. Because if you sway it at all, it can change what they're saying.
Don't speak for us.
It's a bitch, but it's the truth. That's what we have to do. We have to shut our mouth. Go ahead, Steph.
Don't speak for us. Don't speak for us. Stand with us.
That's great, brother. Yep. I appreciate that.
You know, don't speak for us. Stand with us.
And yes, Carrie, absolutely.
Listen to it.
Yes, listen. Ask questions. Ask respectful questions. You can ask me anything in the entire. I don't give a shit if you ask me what's in my pants, as long as you're respectful and you're trying to learn and trying to broaden your mind and help other people to not hate us. I will absolutely answer any question. If you come at me disrespectfully, I'm going to beat your fucking ass verbally, and I will cancel you on YouTube because I've done it a couple times. I can. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the big thing is listening and ask questions and learn. And make sure you're more informed. So when some asshole standing next to you says something, you can say, hey, man, you know, I had somebody say something about, here's a fun story on the topic. I was in line at Walgreens and we were having a casual conversation with this guy, and he was talking about these places he worked and blah, 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 blah. And he ended up having this trans person work with him. He just didn't understand it. It's weird, isn't it? He wasn't mean about it. He was uninformed. So what I said to him was this, because I'm not going to stand there. I don't have 3 hours to sit down and have a conversation with him. He probably would have listened, but this is what I said to him instead. I said, hey, man, I don't really care. And he goes, no. And I said, how does it affect your life? Like, really? And he's like, well, I don't know that it does. And I said, I just figure they ain't hurting me. I have no reason to hurt him. And he went, fair enough. And the conversation was done. That's all you have to do. All you have to do is put a seed in their mind that it does not really affect their lives what other people are doing. Their fucking rights, their guns, nothing's going to get taken away from them because trans people have fucking equal rights, or black people have equal rights and are treated well. Nothing's going to happen to them. So I don't worry about trying to plead the case with a stranger out in public. I just blatantly give them a reason to not care about it and move on with their fucking lives. And it works, I think. He responded really well to it. And when I turned around, he had that I'm thinking about it look on his face. Exactly, Steph. Carry on.
Most people do. I mean, I won this regatta up on the podium, talking with my fellow crewmates and all of this. And you know what I did? Some of the people, I transitioned 25 years ago. Some of the people I sail with have no idea. The people I was sailing with today had no idea.
People don't know with me either.
But I stand up there and all I did was I was one of the people that started this particular event. I organized the event back in 1986.
Yes,
before I transitioned. Before I transitioned. And I just stood up there and said, I just want to thank each and every one of you for being with me for 36 years. The first time I've won this regatta after organizing it. I just want to thank, one of our competitors was the son of the guy whose kitchen I was in when we started the fucking thing. And it's like, I just want to see,
but you see, it's a community of respect. You guys respect each other.
Yeah.
It's not hard, is it?
We're just people. We're just people.
Right. You cut us open. We all bleed the same. It doesn't fucking matter. Nothing else matters.
It's not hard.
If
One
there
thing
is
I'd
a
like to-
God, I
hard.
think if there is a real God that is an all-loving God and an all-forgiving God, the way Christians say, then he doesn't want us to hate each other. He wouldn't want people to be killing each other over fucking stupid shit. He wouldn't want any of this. So either there is no God, or he literally gave everybody free will and he's just letting us fucking kill each other because we're stupid. And he's letting us learn lessons. It's one of the two.
Yep.
You can't have a God and have him. God is not a bad person. Now, if you want to say he's Satan, cool.
Well,
but God
if
is
I
supposed
can
to be
add-
like a loving, caring, nurturing being. So if that's your definition of God, he either doesn't exist or he literally gave everybody free will, and he's standing back going, God, are you still doing this? It's 2020. One of the two.
Yeah.
If I can add something else, though, on, being a good ally to any minority.
Absolutely.
One of the big things you can do is stick up for us when we're not in the room.
That's
exactly.
Yes.
Because that's when people are going to say things they won't say to our face. And if there's somebody there who will challenge them, then that helps us all.
Can I add to that, Purple?
Yeah.
I will also say this. If you want to stand up for black people, the best thing you can be is white. If you want to stand up for trans or gay people, the best thing you can be is cis, because those people relate to you. They understand you. To most of them, not all of them. Some of them are just haters, but there's a lot of people out there that are just uninformed. They don't understand. They've never been around it. They don't get it. They stay stifled. They get, like we were saying before, Purple, they get shit like Fox Entertainment News on their fucking channels because that's what they're stuck with, because they live in some shit rural area. They are uninformed. So if you want to stand up for people and you want to advocate for people, if you're a cis, person, then when the trans people and the gay people aren't there, you fucking say something. If you're a white person, when the fucking white people start talking shit and the black people aren't there, you fucking say something. Because if you don't even have to argue with them about it. You can just be like, dude, that's not cool, man. That's all you need to say. Because all you're doing is letting them know we're past that shit. I'm not okay with it. And the more people that stand there and say, I'm not okay with it, they're going to go, oh, I'm the minority. I'm not cool anymore. I'm losing friends, and they're going to fucking stop. So, but those are the people that look like and act like and live lives like the people that are haters are the only ones they're going to listen to.
And if I could add on to that, it's like you cannot you can't say these people are honest and authentic in every area except one. You can't accept trans people as who they are in every area except one. You can't make an exception, because if you make an exception, you will be opening the door for, if this is an exception, why isn't this? If trans women can't participate in sport, then they can't share changing rooms.
Yeah.
You can't siphon off one area of human enterprise and say you are and I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be focused simply on trans women's problems, Beck. But in sport, when it comes to what I do,
yeah,
that's the question that people have. And people question my authenticity as a person in an area of enterprise that is of crucial importance to my life.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's part of your identity.
And
Literally.
and if you exclude me there, you will exclude me everywhere. I have a real serious problem with people who say that you are a woman in every other regard except for this. And why is that? It is because I don't believe you're a woman here
At all.
at all.
It's they're lying to your face.
They're lying. They're
Yes.
lying. They're being dishonest. They're being dishonest in their logic. They're being dishonest in their philosophy. They're being dishonest in terms of their rationality. And I'm speaking to you, Stephen Woodford. I'm speaking to you, Professor Dave. You people need to understand that what you are saying is bullshit.
That's funny because I never thought you were Asian or Latina. I actually thought you were Spanish with light skin black. So I was half right. And by the way, you're fucking gorgeous. So, you know, if you ever decide you want an old fat white dude, let me know.
All I've seen is a little thumbnail, but
I have to randomly hit on Sumami because she is beautiful and she's fucking hilarious and she's tough and I like that. I like a woman who could fucking stand up for herself. Sick of the fucking pussies with the fingernails. They just cost me money and then they fucking ditch me. Oh, you have mental health issues. I had one chick that I was dating. She was just trying to use me to go out to expensive restaurants. I was an EMT making fucking hold on. What was I making at that time? I don't want to lie. Right around $10 an hour. And she said, "Oh, can I pick the restaurant?" I was like, "Sure." 2 times in a row she did that to me. $100 and some odd dollars. She was literally just using me to go to expensive restaurants. And would not let me touch her. I'm like, I'm not stupid, bitch.
Yeah. That's scary that the people who save our lives are making $10 fucking an hour. Should be something like 20 or 25.
Yes.
Hermione actually north. Oh, I didn't know that. Excellent. That's even more interesting to me. Are you like in tune with family members' culture stuff, or are you, you know, blah American like the rest of us? I mean, I'm a little in touch with my ancestry because when we found my first brother that none of us knew about, and we became 7 instead of 6, he really delved when he found he was raised by French people, and back then they would put you with whatever ethnicity you were. So someone mistakenly thought he was French by the way he looked because he had curly hair and shit. Now his father might be French. I don't know. We don't know who he is, but so he eventually found out he was Italian and he started delving into it. And now I know where my grandparents are from and when they came over, and I know all kinds of shit to help me with my book because of my brother. He also taught himself how to speak Italian. And he's an amazing fucking cook, and he has musical talent and everything, just like my mother. He has her feet. He's the only one in the family has exactly mom's feet. And when I told him, he cried because he never got to meet her, you know. But yeah. So I learned a lot about my family because he learned about. I was like, "Tell me, man." You know, I don't have a computer. He had a computer in his house. He was rich. So, okay, here we go. A lot of Romani people are very dark-skinned and discriminated against because of it. So there is a growing solidarity with Black and Indigenous peoples. Well, yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you got to watch each other's backs, and that's how I see it. Like, if I'm always for the underdog because I know what it feels like. I've had couples come up to me in public. This is the one that hurt the most out of all of them. I don't even care about the white people because I know that most Christian white people are just prejudiced fucking bastards. So I expect comments from them. I didn't really like the guy with the rebel flag in the back of his truck driving around in a circle around me and my girlfriend at a gas pump one time. Made me a little nervous. We did not get gas there. I said, babe. She said, yes. I said, get in the car. We're getting the fuck out of here. And she said, okay. And I acted like I was pumping gas, and she got in the car, and I hung up the pump, and I jumped in the car, and I fucking took off and got us out of there. But anyways, I had a black couple come up to me and say, the woman said, you know, you're going to hell, right? And I looked at her and I said, excuse me? And she said, you're going to hell because you're gay. And I said, wait a minute. Are you discriminating against me right now? What is wrong with you? And she was like, you're going to hell. And she like stormed away and dragged her boyfriend with her. I couldn't believe it. It was the only time in my life. The only time in my life I'd had somebody prejudice against me for being gay that was of any kind of color. I was hurt. I was devastated. I was like, ow. How can you do that to me? You know what this is like. Are you that stuck in the white world that you're not, do you not see what's going on here? That you're acting like them. You're acting like the people that we all hate. And that was the only time it ever really hurt my feelings. Every other time I didn't care, but that was painful. Because I think that we should have solidarity. We should have each other's backs. How can you act like that? I don't.
Well, that's what the political forces are trying to do, is keep us separated. Because they realize that if the minority groups joined together, we'd outvote them.
Do you remember it was the summer of 2021, and Netanyahu was prolonging his, he basically didn't wait for the Israeli Supreme Court because he knew the Israeli Supreme Court would work against him. That set off a shitstorm, what he did. And then they go to try to split blacks and Jews here in America. Because that's been a united front forever.
And again, just like Sumami is saying, the reality is there's no difference in the groups. We all come from Africa at some point in the past. We just walked around and got to colder places. Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's the only reason. We all adapted to our environment. Eskimos, their skins got a little darker to protect them from the reflection off the ice all the time. Their eyes got thinner to protect them from the reflection. Same as Asians. That's why their eyes are squintier than ours. And that's why some people that live back in forests where it's dark and stuff, they have bigger eyes. They need to see better. They live in a darker area or what, like people live in like indigenous Alaska. They live in the dark for fucking how long did they live in the dark? So there's different reasons. We've all changed due to our environment. I'm fucking Danish, Italian, Irish, English. I'm like, if I just would have been Italian, I would have dark skin and darker olive skin and dark hair. But I'm a mutt.
Well, that's the thing that's changed about humans, is that because we now have such easy mobility in the modern age, it used to be that we were stuck to our little tribes everywhere and everybody stayed with people they were closely related to. Now it doesn't matter. We're all over the world and we're just, connecting with people all over the world and forming our own tribes.
Yeah.
So it's really
I want to explain.
randomized.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. Are you done? I don't want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, literally, these people were. She sounded like a Karen. She literally sounded like a religious Karen, like the white woman you see in all the Karen videos, and I almost wanted to ask her if she was raised by like rich white people. Like, do you know anything about your culture? Do you know anything that happened to the people before you? How can you be like that? It just blows my mind. That would be like Purple. That would be like me, you, and Stephanie hating black and it's Hispanic people. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would we? I don't understand how people can have somebody. So the only thing that tells me is that they were raised by rich people and and they have blinders on, and they don't even know their own culture, and they don't care. And that's sad to me. So those kind of people, whether they're white or black or Hispanic or whatever, or gay or whatever, they have these blinders on. They're not even standing up and advocating for their own fucking people, man. And I don't get how they can do that. We're all fucked because we're not perfect fucking white men. So, fuck it. What? Why? Well, why? I don't understand how we cannot have each other's backs. I just don't get it. It's fucking bullshit.
Well,
and it pisses me the fuck off.
Why we even have to split people up into different minorities to begin with? It's a pretty simple rule. How about you treat everyone the same regardless what they look like?
Nope, can't do that. I don't know, Purple. I don't even understand it.
Some people have the uncontrollable desire to think that they're better than other people, and this is splitting people up into all these little groups. When was it last week or the week before, I did something on the don't be a sucker, and that's exactly what the Nazis did. They split people up one by one and got them to hate each other. And then on one of my videos, there's a there's a segment from FDR's Arsenal of Democracy speech where he talks about the agents that Germany had. And then you realize that he's talking about the playbook that was in the Don't Be a Sucker, and the playbook being used to basically get everyone at each other's throats today.
That's true. But, we also need to bear in mind that American culture and American political culture is quite finely attuned to racism, and the Japanese internment camps were a feature of the same Roosevelt administration.
That's the only thing that I actually think that he should have been ashamed about, because that was horrible. I acknowledge that.
But in the aftermath of World War II, in Rogers and Hammerstein's South Pacific,
you have to be
there's
taught
a
to hate
very
and
short.
fear.
You've got to be taught from year to year. It's got to be drummed in your dear little ear. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught to be afraid of people whose eyes are oddly made and people whose skin is a different shade. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught before it's too late, before you are 6 or 7 or 8, to hate all the people your relatives hate. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be carefully taught. That's the entirety of that song, and it is absolutely brilliant.
100% true, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and in that regard, that's why I think being neglected growing up actually helped me, because nobody taught me that shit.
And for anybody who, if you look it up, it has been scientifically proven that all of our DNA gets traced right back to Africa. It's not made up. It's not an atheist or theist trope or anything like that. It is literally the truth. And the oldest human that we have found yet that is linked to our DNA was found on the continent of Africa.
It's something like 3 genes.
You do have a relative who would dispute that. You do know.
Whatever. That's what I was told. I'm uneducated. If I'm wrong, tell me.
No, I think she was talking about conservatives.
No, I was talking about Richard.
Oh, he's not my relative. I don't keep abusers in my family. I have gotten rid of him. He made a mistake. He reminded me of all the abuse he did to me, and I never want to speak to that motherfucker again. He is not my brother. He is someone I'm forced to be related to through blood. It does not mean I have to have a relationship with him, and I will not. And when I say I'm done, I'm done. And I told him I'm done, and he keeps trying to contact me through the landlord. And she's like, well, Richard told me to make sure you have his number. You want me to come and what? Stare at you so you can apologize to me? Because you're not going to do it. He thinks I'm going to crawl back to him, Stephanie. That's a fool's errand. I'm 52. Don't have much longer to live. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't wish him harm, but if he fell off a cliff tomorrow, I wouldn't fucking shed a tear. I've already cried over it. I'm done. He is nothing to me. He's dead. Just like his brother, who also beat the shit out of me as a child. They can both suck my fucking cock. Except I wouldn't want to be that close to him ever again. You know me, I gotta throw a joke in on the end.
That's
what is Teddy saying?
you know, it's not no big thing, and it's maybe I'm being out of line bringing that shit up here, but
no,
boy,
you're fine. I'm just done. I'm done keeping my mouth shut.
He really surprised me in some of the things I've heard him say. It's like he doesn't think he thinks that the angels planted humans all over the place and this and that and the other thing. It's like, you know, dude.
Yeah, and
no,
the angels are really people that are exactly like us with higher technology and they live in spaceships.
It's not really that, you know, it's just
it was interesting for the first few years, but I've been listening to it since 2012. I'm pretty much sick of it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could literally, to ask me anything he would say, I probably know the answer. As long as it's the surface stuff and not digging deep into the gospels and shit. All the surface shit that he's told everybody on YouTube, I know every fucking goddamn story. I've heard it 500 times. Because he's got to keep fucking talking about it over and over again like he's obsessed.
What Ox said there, that family does not mean blood. And that's what I've said, that family are the people you choose to surround yourself with. Relatives are just accidents of birth.
You can choose your friends, you can choose your enemies, you can't choose your family. But you can choose to exclude them from your life.
You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. I'm sticking to that.
That's true too.
That's it, and that's all.
True. Very true.
Unless your friend is unconscious and you're going to rhinoplasty with them.
I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need
Touché,
to.
a good friend would tell.
I got to get some practice in. I got to. It's like that's very true with the feather, because you know what we do have.
I hate to point this out. I hate to point this out, but you can't pick someone else's nose. There's probably a Rule 34 for that.
Oh, I'm sure there are some people who have a kink for that.
Don't worry, 42. Answered, done. So Weasel, Richard with Demolished Doctrine, if anybody wants to look him up and have a laugh, he decided to take on a project back in the beginning of April. And it was like a 4 or 5 man project. And he works really fucking slow, which drives me up the goddamn wall. Let me just say that. And he takes lots of cigarette breaks. So the April project that should have been done by August is now going to be going until November. Because after he started the project, he came to me and begged me to come work with him for $10 an hour, which I did. That was a really good burp. That was Modelo, baby. So I did that. I told him it was bullshit, and he said, "You're right." And he went and talked to the guys who were paying him. They started paying me $15. I'm like, okay, that's okay. I can pay my bills with this if I work hard enough, right? And then he decides to try to abuse me again and play mental head games with me. And I figured out the mental head game, and he blew up and started fucking throwing me around the room. So, in doing that, he's in deep. He's got a job. He'll probably be building a deck in the fucking snow because he agreed to do something and too much and took on too much. And he says he's gifting people by only charging them $15 an hour. But the truth of it is that he takes extra cigarette breaks and takes his time and works slow. And he's just moving like fucking grandpa all goddamn day long. Like my Nana moved faster than him before she got a cane at like fucking 88. He moves like a fucking snail. So he has dug a huge hole, and so no one's going to see him for a while. He's working like 14 to 16-hour days, is what he says. But when I said to him, hey, I don't want to smoke, I'm in the middle of this, he's like, come on, they're only paying us $15 an hour. Yeah, but that was what you agreed to. You agreed to do the job just like you were getting paid $30 or $40 an hour, but for 15. You didn't agree to give me 15 and I'm going to be half lazy. That's dishonest. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
I don't like him. He used to tell me all the time he was a dick, and I would give him a pass and go, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're a good dude. No, he's right. I concede. I digress, sir. You win. You are a dick. So
got something to. I got to have a little thing to say.
How are you, Laura?
I'm doing good. I took part in a anti-transphobe protest today.
Good
Yay!
for you.
Good on you.
Yeah, there was there's a group in the UK called Sex Matters who are trying to get the law. They're a lobby group, anti-trans lobby group, and they're trying to get the law changed so that sex in the Equality Act means biological sex, which means they can discriminate against trans people that way. Oh, and by the way, the government are trying to do this, so
I hate assholes.
Anyway, they had a meeting in Manchester. And the irony of it is that outside the People's Museum, which is largely about equality, because like Manchester was one of the hotbeds of the early communist movement, with sort of slums and poor people and rich mill owners and so on, and it's the city where Marx met Engels to create the Communist Manifesto. So sort of early parts there. And it's just about equality and, treating people like fucking human beings. Anyway, so we're at this People's Museum, and outside of it, they've got a statue, monument, whatever you want to call it, of doves flying into the sky kind of thing. And, which is a symbol of peace and love. And there we are combating hate because they were having a board meeting inside this place. And ultimately, they ended up trying to sneak out the back door, and a whole bunch of people basically followed them and chanted "Trans Lives Matter" and Nazis. You've got Nazis on your side, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. So that was entertaining.
That is wonderful. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad that people in the UK are being visible.
Well, sadly, I live on Hate Island, so it has to be done.
I'm very sorry you are. I'm sorry I live in the United States, who is funding all of the bullshit that's going on over there.
Yeah.
And we really are. It's the Heritage Foundation. It's Americans Defending Families. It's all of our big money things.
Did you hear about what the Heritage Foundation are pushing now? They want the GOP to have a system where being trans is pornographic, so that anybody doing that should be jailed.
Yes.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yes, indeed. What the fuck?
So
and
I gotta say, Beck, look at you showing off your flat chest. You harlot.
Oh, fuck off.
You like
fuck
that?
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. Wait a minute. I'll give you a show because I don't give a fuck anymore. How about that?
Look at you, Daddy. You bring it, Daddy.
It's the best part about me, my shoulders. Actually, I've always had those shoulders. And that's the honest to God truth. I've had those shoulders since I was 18, and I went in the Army. And I did all those push-ups.
I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else, but I've had my shoulders since I was born.
Oh, I meant the muscle, not the structure.
Yeah, I know.
I know. I'm just being a fucking asshole right back to you. Because I like the game. I'll play along.
Yeah, I've had my biology since I was born, and which is why I find arguments over biology to be incredibly funny.
Yeah,
It's like,
they
what are
always
you talking about?
they always like to say it's basic biology. And if there's anything we know about biology is that it's not basic, and that's the reason why you have to spend years studying it to get a degree in it. You don't just read a book and go, "Yep, right, I know everything there is to know about biology now. Well, give me my degree at school."
The assumptions are basic. I mean, you can make basic assumptions, but they're only assumptions, and they're only assumptions about categories, because biology, what's biology? It's about categorization. It's not, if you want to delve into complexity beyond what you want to see, beyond putting things into various boxes. I mean, you can look at Linnaeus. It's like we want to have species, we want to have genuses, we want to have kingdoms, etc., and so forth. That's because our human desire to put things in boxes, but things don't always belong in boxes.
I'm sorry. I was going to say
Things
the reality
expand.
is I've driven buses, and there were people who were, you could tell from facial hair, at least odds are that they were men, but they had the physique of, you would expect the body type of a woman. And then you had women who had the body type that you would associate with men. And that was you'd see that much too commonly for everyone to have been trans. So there are different body types, and some people don't fit the norm. I'm sorry if I shoved my foot in my mouth.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't at all. You didn't at all. It's the expectations. This is kind of where I was going. What is biology? Biology is a combination of traits that are acquired. But phenotypical traits are acquired through many different means. They're not acquired by chromosomes. They're not acquired by
gametes.
By gametes. They're not acquired by any of these things. Your phenotypical characteristics are acquired by the entirety of your system, of what you're either born with or modified. I mean, it's like I am a biological female in almost every respect. Almost. I do not know my karyotype, but I'd be willing to bet that it's not something in the norm. And I'd be willing to have it tested, but it wouldn't make any fucking difference. It wouldn't matter.
And it always makes me chuckle because that whole "we can always tell" bullshit. Lesbian lady sees another chick across the bar and she thinks, "Oh, she's cute. I fancy her." But guess what? She didn't do. She didn't do a chromosomal check or a gamete check.
Right.
It was just based upon appearance.
Yep.
Right.
So all the gametes, it's just no true Scotsman fallacy. Oh, well, you can't be a woman because let me find some reason to justify my bigotry.
Well, it's
that's exactly it.
It's like where they've passed these bathroom bills that you've got to go to the bathroom according to the gender on your birth certificate. And the main result from this has been a lot of cis women getting harassed for not looking feminine enough.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm starting to find women that are a little more, not like not like lesbian masculine quite, but just a little tougher. They don't have a bunch of makeup on. They dress like nice, but it's like not like wearing high heels to go out into the country, kind of shit. Like they will dress appropriately for whatever they're doing, but they still dress nice, but they'll stick their hands down in the dirt and fucking get their hands dirty, But I don't have time to fucking babysit women, and I don't want to do it. And if a woman's independent, that's a turn on to me. And it's a turn on to me in general, but also it's good for a relationship with me.
Yeah.
I know people who constantly get misgendered and they do not take hormones. They have not had surgery.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got misgendered when I identify as a lesbian, which nothing changed. All I did was I cut my hair off. But on the phone, I got misgendered. I would say my name was the dead name, and they would say a male name that rhymed with it. And then I'd say no, and I'd repeat it. And then they'd say another male name that rhymed with it. And I'd say, yeah, sure, that's my name. Yep, you got it. So I'd get an estimate off of them, and then I'd walk in to get it done, and they try to charge me more. And I'd go, no, you gave me an estimate. They'd be like, no, I don't remember giving you an estimate. Yeah, I kept saying my name was this, and you kept saying this, so I just said, okay, do you remember that? And the guy goes, oh. And the bill went down by like $1,200. Isn't that amazing?
Wow. Yep.
Not kidding.
What were you doing? Getting a haircut?
Rip me off. He was trying to rip me off when I walked in because he saw I was female, and I think he realized I was gay, and he was trying to fucking rip me off.
When I was younger, I was misgendered all the time. I was not gendered as male, and it was misgendered from a certain point of view. I guess it'd be a way of putting it.
If you want to talk about what body you were born in, you were and that's how it was for me. But honestly, Stephanie, I fucking loved it. I loved it.
Do you know what?
Misgender me and call me a dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a word.
I'm
gonna play a word game now. I like being misgendered. I like being called Miss.
Yeah. Well, that's for me. People coming up behind me would always come up and say, "Can I help you, ma'am?"
Yeah.
And then I'd turn around and I had the full beard, and they didn't know what to do because once they made the mistake, a lot of them were committed to it. And they couldn't change at that point.
I got to pause you guys for just a second, because just 1 second, because I have to comment on this. Sumami, you knock me out without makeup. You could wear a gunny sack and I would be turned on by you. So you're beautiful and everybody knows it. So you don't need makeup. Don't ruin you are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you are the one of the two hottest fucking women I have even seen on YouTube, and the other one was taken by Oz. So, and you're hotter than her. Don't tell her I said that.
On the misgendering thing, I've only ever had one particularly bad one, I suppose, and it was I ordered my groceries online, and when it arrived, they didn't put the carrots in, even though they billed me for the carrots. So I phoned up the complaint phone number, and of course, I ended up talking to someone in Thailand or Malaysia or somewhere, I don't know. And so she asked for the order number, so I gave her the order number, and then she asked for my name, and I said Laura, I gave my surname, and she said, "Okay, sir, how can I help you?" And I said, "I'm sorry, did you hear me say my name is Laura?" And her response was, "Are you sure that's your name? Because Laura is a girl's name, and you sound like a man." And I just without a heartbeat, I just sort of said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm transgendered. Is that a problem for you?" At which point she became very apologetic all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can I read a little something? Can I read a little something? Okay. This is Sojourner Truth. This is Sojourner Truth in 1851. Well, children, where there's so much racket, there must be something out of kilter. I think that twixt the Negroes of the South and the women of the North all talking about rights, the white men will be in a fix pretty soon. But what's all this here talking about? That man over there says women need to be helped into carriages and lifted over ditches and to have the best place everywhere. Nobody ever helps me into carriages or over mud puddles or gives me my best place. And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arm. I've plowed and planted and gathered into barns, and no man could head me. And ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it and bear the lash as well. And ain't I a woman? I've born 13 children and seen most sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me. And ain't I a woman? Then they talk about this thing in the head. What do they call it? Member of the audience whispers, intellect. That's it, honey. What's that got to do with women's rights or Negroes' rights? If my cup won't hold but a pint and yours holds a quart, wouldn't you be mean to not let me have my little half measure full? Then that little man in black there, he says women can't have so much rights as men because Christ wasn't a woman. Where'd your Christ come from? Where'd your Christ come from? From God and a woman. Man had nothing to do with him. If the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women together ought to be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. And now there's asking to do it. The men better let them. Obliged for you hearing me. And now old Sojourner ain't got nothing more to say.
Nice.
1851.
That's beautiful. Who wrote it?
Sojourner Truth. You don't know her story. You need to know her story.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of the lessons that they should be teaching in history classes that they don't.
You said Sojourner Truth?
Yeah.
Sojourner Truth.
Okay.
1797 to 1883.
Okay, so if someone could grab that link for me and throw it in the chat,
well,
I would really appreciate it.
Tsunami's got the spelling for it for you there.
Okay. Ox will probably grab it for me, or who knows, Farron, or I don't know. I don't even know who's a fucking mod anymore. I forgot. I stopped streaming for so long.
I'm not, or I'd throw it. I'd throw a link in the chat.
Well, you could put it in the private chat, and I can throw it in. If you have that, yeah, that would be beautiful. I'd appreciate it. That way I can grab it out of the private chat easier.
I have something funny to show. It's how ridiculous this whole "I'm a cis white man, the whole world is against me" is. It's actually gotten to the point of self-parody. Can I show it?
Would you recommend young men to tan their balls?
To what?
I hope I don't get kicked off for this.
Oh yeah, this is wonderful.
Once a society collapses, then you're in hard times. Well, hard iron sharpens iron, as they say, and those hard times inevitably produce men who are tough, men who are resourceful, men who are strong enough to survive. And then they go on to re-establish order, and so the cycle begins again.
Hey, Beck, if you haven't seen the stream when Cafe came on arguing in favor of Andrew Tate on my stream, on my channel.
Hold on. I have to stop you. You can come in and hang out. We're just a bunch of friends talking about 500 different topics like we do every time we get together. But please don't come in and insult people, because you can be anything you want to be. Don't be a dick in my stream. Please. Thank you. Carry on, Steph.
Am I being a dick? Was I being
No,
a dick?
whoever wrote, what is this, a retirement home smoke sesh? Styler. I mean, that was rude. I just don't appreciate
okay.
it.
No,
because they're obviously picking on my friends. I'm not okay with that. So everybody be happy and get along, and we'll have a great time. And yes, we do smoke pot and drink and whatever else the fuck we want to do here because we're all human beings.
We do what we do. If you don't like it, there are other channels. Go ahead and
but if you're cool, please stay and get to know people. And because I have an amazing fucking community I hang out with. All these people you will find are kind, awesome, fucking hilarious, brilliant people. So if you want to hang out, join the crowd and have a good time.
Okay. Aren't we going to be jumping over to Maya and Dr. Dr. Tap?
Oh shit! I gotta do that
in about 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. And
yep.
Yeah,
okay.
I got it. Oh yeah.
Well, I just wanted to be sure they were doing their show tonight.
Yeah, no, they're doing it at 9:30 p.m. Eastern.
We're doing it. I'm there, and I'm there for it. We're gonna be doing Mud Fossil U. Talking about
that's tonight.
Yep. Dark matter.
And you will see Weasel lose his mind at least 10 times every 15 minutes.
You will see me lose my mind at least as many times as Tappy does. That's the way it goes.
I've been waiting for Steph to watch that stuff.
At least 10 times every 15
Hey,
minutes.
I've been through it on the shills. You get to deal with it now.
Deal with what?
Roger at Mud Fossil U.
Oh yes, I've dealt with Roger at Mud. Look.
Yeah, I saw the feather.
Roger has a turkey feather.
Yep.
I have a turkey feather. Not only do I have a turkey feather.
Professor Quill. I love you, Al. You are fucking hilarious.
Not only do I have a turkey feather, I have, unlike Roger, I have an elephant.
Yep.
Not only do I have one elephant, I have a little elephant. And
I wish I had a big trunk.
I even have
kill Laura on that one.
Littler elephant.
Well, I was going to say that
I'm ready.
I was going to say that Steph's feather looks bigger than Roger's.
Because it's better.
Yeah.
Because it's real.
What's this feather thing about?
He points at the damn screen. He's showing people his computer screen.
He does this.
He points with a fucking quill, and or he'll have like a rock in his hand and shit. But he's always pointing with this fucking goddamn turkey feather.
Oh, okay.
So Steph thought she'd be a smart ass, and she brought out her turkey feather, which I love.
Well, actually, here's how the story of how I got the turkey feather was: I hit a turkey on the road, and the turkey feather was caught in my wheel well. So there you go.
It was just meant to happen. I actually drove by a bunch of turkeys delivering packages on Friday for FedEx. Yeah,
really?
Which I will no longer be doing.
We've got a ton of wild turkeys in Maine.
Somebody, no, they're not wild. Like people own them, and when you drive up the road, they run back to their property and inside the fence and hide.
No.
It's really funny.
No, these are
they know where home
wild
is.
Turkeys. They've come back.
Yeah,
they've come back. Yeah, they're actual wild turkeys.
Yeah,
you see those all through
going through my backyard.
Do you know the place where they make wild turkey stuff?
Somewhere in Tennessee.
Yeah, the booze, which is very good, actually. I kind of enjoy wild turkey.
I will never touch wild turkey again. It got me raped, but that's not the point. Do you know what state it's in?
Yeah, I can understand it. Isn't wild turkey Kentucky?
It is. And when I was driving through there, the last time I drove down that road, and it says the home of wild turkey, the liquor, right? And has advertisement. You can like go tour and shit, right? There was 2 turkeys standing beside the road, and I rolled down the window and I yelled, "Run, bro, run!" And they just did this.
And just think Benjamin Franklin wanted the turkey to be our national bird.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's ironic that the noise turkeys make is gobble gobble, which is exactly what we do to turkeys?
We cannot talk about meat,
Mhm.
please. Please, no meat discussions. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
It
sorry.
kills me.
Well, we're
It kills me. I'm a
it's-
forced vegan, and if I ever go back to meat, it's going to kill me literally faster than I'm already going to die. So, yeah, I can't. Let's no big. I love chicken. I fucking love chicken. I fucking love turkey. I like to make Thanksgiving turkeys like on Thanksgiving and my birthday. That's like, and then on Christmas you have steaks with fucking lobster tail and shrimp for an appetizer and crab legs.
Yeah.
And that's how I like to fucking eat. With a little bit of
You
potato and
Americans
broccoli
are-
on the side.
You Americans are weird. We have turkey for Christmas. That's just it.
Yeah.
Oh, hams are nasty. I fucking hate ham. If you do a Christmas turkey, I'm in fucking heaven. You know what? I'm gonna put my goddamn tiny home on a cargo ship and just move over there. Fuck it.
We
What have I
had
got to
turkeys
lose?
wandering around in Upper Michigan. There were just a bunch of them scattered all over the place, and I don't know why. One of the
Oh, I'm
kids must
sorry,
have
man.
fed them or something. But driving down the road to my mom's, there would always be one that would be waiting there every afternoon at 4:00, waiting for the school bus.
The turkey.
Yeah, the turkey would always be there until the school bus came, and then it wandered off. So I don't know if one of the kids had been feeding it or what was going on with that.
Fucking ox, man, you killed me. I want
the turkeys that you.
I want
I'm
to.
sorry.
I want to apologize really quick. I'm to the point of not hiding anything. I don't give a fuck anymore. So I'm sorry if I shock people sometimes, but just know it's going to happen because I just don't give a shit. So that's where I'm at, and hence the name, the indigent. I am indignant. I do not fucking care. Okay, anyway, so I'm sorry that you were not prepared for that, my friend. It was just one of 7 times. Everybody else knows about it already. It's fine.
The captive turkeys can't actually breed on their own, and they usually die a
Really?
few months after Thanksgiving. So they'll only be living until December. So when presidents pardon turkeys and when governors pardon them, they're pretty much dead in a few months after they're pardoned.
Are you
'Cause they're
serious?
they are so damn fat. The ones that
I
they
had
breed
no
for food. It's
I had no
kind of
idea.
cruel.
Yeah. The domestic turkeys, they get so fat that their own circulation system, their heart can't keep them going.
God, I want chicken so bad.
Yeah, well, that is a problem.
How did you make it, Sumami? Did you like fry it, bake it, roast it? I like to do a spatchcock chicken. It's my favorite way to do a chicken. It comes out almost like it's fried, but without batter, and everything's crispy, and the breast is moist because you don't have to cook it as long, and it's the best way to make a fucking chicken. And if you don't know how to make it, I will give you my recipe. I want people to eat my chicken. It's so good, man. I made it. My ex got me started on it, and she gave me a basic recipe of how to make it. So I seasoned it whatever way I fucking wanted to. And I took real natural butter and put some under the skin after I mixed it in with fresh minced garlic, fresh out of the garden, rosemary, sage, or was it rosemary and thyme? Rosemary and thyme, and salt and pepper. And you coat the whole thing with it, and you shove it underneath the skin, make little knife holes, and just shove it in a little bit at a time. It's totally fucking worth the time to do it. You don't want to make them too big because it'll open up and it'll dry out that part of the breast. But do it on the legs and everywhere, and bathe it all in it. And then cut up red potatoes about 3/4 of an inch thick, 1/2 an inch to 3/4 of an inch, depending on how crispy you like them. I do mine between 1/4 and 1/2 because I like them to come out almost like potato chips, like thick ass, crisp. No, not crisp. What do you call them, Laura? What do you call the potatoes? Fried potatoes.
Yeah. Fries or crisps.
Oh,
fries.
We call them chips. Yeah, we call them chips.
Chips. Yeah. So I like them to come out English style chips. And then underneath of it, I put baby carrots, and I put a pad of the same butter I coated the chicken with on top of every piece of potato. And then I just put it in the oven, and you put it at 400 degrees, and in 22 to 23 minutes, if you are at a typical 900 feet elevation, here you have to cook things longer. It's a bitch. 400 degrees for about 22, 23 minutes, and you will have the most perfect fucking bird, and you will be so happy I just gave you that recipe. It's fucking delicious. And spatchcocking is you cut up along the spine. You can cut the spine out and throw it in for like a broth or a gravy if you want. I prefer to leave the spine on because I think it gives flavor to the potatoes and everything. And then I can pull it off afterwards and get all the bits off of it and everything and make it into a gravy from there. So that's how I like to do it.
I got a screen share for you.
But that's all you have to do is cut it down the well. Would you look at the time? I love time jokes. I fucking love you, Laura. I fucking love time jokes. You have no idea. Like I'd be in the kitchen, right? Because me and my ex-girlfriend, Krista, the one that we're friends still. She's actually a really great person. We're both introverts. We can't live together. So she taught me how to spatchcock a chicken. I was like, I've never seen this before, right? So you cut it up the spine, you break the breast, and then you lay it down with the insides down. Coat the whole thing. You can do olive oil. You can do butter. I was using ghee mostly, and so you got that purified, pure good shit, and it's not like horrible for you. So she got me the basics, and then I made it for her, and she was like, "Oh my god, what did you do?" And so I had to show her how I made it before we split it when we split up because she wanted to make it. So it's really good though. It is like the best chicken in the world.
When I lived in Germany with my family, we once went on a trip to the coast, and there was this little town, and they had like their sort of tourist trap thing was they had a street on the front of the bay, and every single one of these fish, they had different fish type products that was their speciality. So you basically just like go follow the trail. You just start at one and work your way down, and
nice.
And sort of like you'd have squid and octopus and all sorts of other things in there. And it came to one of them, and it was dolphin, and it's like I said I can't eat that. I was a kid. I was only like 12. Expected sort of little boy come around the corner, Flipper, where's Flipper? And Laura's just eating him. I know I can't do that. Do you want to see? Do you want to see?
Hold on, Sumami. I thought that ghee was lower in cholesterol. Am I wrong?
You were wrong.
Oh, well, I have been misled, my friend. This is why you do not listen to people and you reference shit yourself. Think for yourself. What is that? Math Pig says that. Think for yourself. So we're gonna wind down here, everybody. In 18 minutes.
Can I wind down with my
Actually,
first?
Think for yourself
hold
was
on.
my tagline before Math Pig started using it. You can check the oldest edited video I made. It's in there.
I believe you, Perps. You haven't lied to me yet.
I've even got a sign here hanging. That was the sign I made for the Ark Encounter protest that says "Think for yourself" in purple and orange letters.
Nice. Okay.
Because purple goes with
before I
orange.
show what Laura has to show, I just want to say to everybody. So at 9:30 Eastern in 18 minutes, Maya and Stephanie and Dr. Tapioca Weasel will be starting, and they're going to be talking that mud fossil dumb ass just debunking his idiocracy. So please, I'll give you the link for that, you guys. And please, if you want to ditch out now and go, do whatever you want to do, go take a shit, get a fresh drink or whatever, I would not be insulted. I'd rather you be prepared for Maya's stream. So here is the link to that. Stephanie's going to be there. Stephanie, you have anything else to show? Besides your usual Sunday night Maya and Weasel gathering.
Well, the Maya and Weasel thing, and I've done done some stuff recently that I'm rather proud of about trans women in sport, and I'd like people to see that particular video. I had a long conversation with Carly Chardonnay Webb, two of us, two trans women talking about this issue that you never see. You'll never see it anywhere. I just wish people would listen to us, listen to our voices, listen to where we're at, and listen to the actual factuals when it comes to this issue. So my channel is Steffi Cath at Steffi Cath on the
I just put
YouTubes.
both. I've just put both of those discussions with her into the chat.
Please, you know, if just give it a listen. The actual factuals are way different from what people with over 350,000 subscribers would have you believe. It's just not what.
It's just not true.
It's just not. It's not anything to really worry about. I just, and it's very frustrating to be a still small voice crying out and not have anyone listen, especially within the skeptical community.
It's like being a trans guy. I hear you, Steph. Anyways, we get pushed to the side and forgotten about all the time, just like the people in sports do that are trans. It's the same fucking thing. We're so small that people forget we're sitting there going, "Hey."
People forget about the good trans guys in sports.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
that all the discussion.
People forget about Chris Mosier.
Yeah,
people forget about Chris Mosier. People forget about Luis Manuel. People forget about everything. It's all focused on women, and there's a reason for that. And
they got to keep knocking you guys down in order to bring themselves up, so their dicks are bigger. Anyways, we cannot get in this discussion because we're ending this, and that's a whole nother 4-hour discussion, lady. Purple, what do you have to show, lady?
Well, I just have my show Wednesday at 2 p.m. Central. Although you were saying for people to prepare for Maya's show tonight, I just want to warn people that a discussion on Mud Fossil U requires having strong alcohol on hand.
Yes, please bring alcohol in your pot. Get high. Laura, do you have anything to show?
I've got this meme pic, the first meme I ever made. And
no, we're going to show that at the end. That's going to be
okay, sure.
So just talk about the other stuff you're doing.
Yeah, well, I'm not really doing that much at the moment. I've been doing a lot of painting and stuff lately, but I must say though, something. I caught you on the Transatlantic show, Stephanie, and it was brilliant.
Thank you. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, well, normally get all these. Normally, it's funny
really
young people.
I was really fucking hoping somebody would call in with something spicy that I could dig into, but we had all of the callers on that show were brilliant and really great. I really enjoyed talking to everybody, and it was, so I don't know.
No, it's a great
get
group
to do
of
it
people.
again. I wanted to do it again when some Bella
they are
calls in and wants to have a serious discussion about.
It's actually quite funny because today at the protest thing, there was some guy and he was like, "Oh, it shouldn't be allowed," kind of thing, and I said, "What's your problem?" And I ended up playing the whack-a-mole game. The one where they come out with an argument and you whack it and they pop up somewhere else with the complete, something else. Because, shit, you answered the thing that the bigotry, I need to divert to something else. And I just find it funny. It's like, it's life's biological. And it's like, yeah, and there's only two sexes, that's biology. And it's like, well, biology, hermaphrodites exist in biology. chromosomes aren't based upon XXXY. And I said to her, I said, when you get older, you might lose an X. You've only got one X.
No, actually, I've got 2 X's in my late fiance, but
yeah.
Okay, Laura, you're going down a rabbit hole. Nope.
Yeah,
we're stopping the stream. We can't do this. I got to stop you two.
If anyone else wants me on their stream tonight, Maya, maybe, let me, join me.
Well, Maya on Sunday, she just does her and Steph and Weasel.
Oh, right.
They don't.
Or whoever else is doing the thing. But please do come over and listen and engage.
They're good with engaging with the chat as well. They're really good with that.
Yeah.
Commander 401. Commander 401, what do you have to show?
Well, next weekend, hopefully, depending upon my work schedule, stay tuned to my community page. I'm going to do a point and laugh at propaganda so ridiculous it proves the recipient's brains have been fried. That little clip that I had was just part of it. Some of it's propaganda in the West, some of it's Russian bullshit with subtitles, but it's going to be a hoot.
Oh my God.
Excellent.
That's awesome.
Excellent. Thank you for
That's
that.
awesome.
Now, we are going to end with the meme that Laura has created, and it is apparently funny. So we're going to go out with a laugh tonight because we've had some deep subjects.
This was my first meme that I made in 2015. And I just saw this picture, and it was a guy who had an indoor cat and was freaked out by being outside. That's all it was, And so I added text.
The moment Kiwi learns he's been taken to the vets to get neutered.
Yeah.
I saw that. I've seen that. That's awesome.
I had no idea. I did see that one. I didn't know it was yours.
Yeah, that cat has the perfect
brilliant
what the fuck
meme.
look.
Such a long time ago, crikey. Can you
Well,
believe that was 8 years ago?
Yeah, no, I believe it. 2015 was when I ditched my first brother. Anyways, enough of that depressing shit. You beautiful people have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves and take care of one another. And try to find some peace because I'm looking for it. All right, you crazy people. You stay cool. Keep it real. Keep an eye out for each other. Suck in that content you love. Dance like nobody's watching. Go after your passions and enjoy them. I'm out. Peace.